chapter 28. And take thou unto thee Aaron thy brother and his sons with him, from among the children of Israel, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. And thou shalt make holy garments for Aaron thy brother, for glory and for beauty. And thou shalt speak unto all that are wise hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate him, and he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, and an ephod, and a robe, and a broader coat, a mitre, and a girdle. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron thy brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take gold and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen, and they shall make the ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen, and with cunning work. It shall have the two shoulder pieces thereof joined at the two edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the curious girdle of the ephod, which is upon it, shall be of the same according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And thou shalt take 2 onyx stones, and grave on them the names of the children of Israel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, shalt thou engrave the 2 stones. And the names of the children of Israel, thou shalt make them to be set in ouches of gold. And thou shalt put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial unto the children of Israel. And Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord upon 2 shoulders for a memorial. And thou shalt make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends of wreathen work shalt thou make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And thou shalt make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work after the work of the ephod. Thou shalt make it of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen shalt thou make it. 4 square it shall be doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be the breadth thereof. And thou shalt set it in settings of stones, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and amethyst. And the fourth row of beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Israel, 12 according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Every one with his name shall be according to the 12 tribes. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate chains at the ends of wreathen work of pure gold. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shalt put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And thou shalt put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. And the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains thou shalt fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And thou shalt make 2 rings of gold, and thou shalt put them unto the 2 ends of the breastplate in the border thereof, which is in the sign of the ephod inward. And 2 other rings of gold thou shalt make, and shalt put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath toward the 4 point thereof over against the other coupling thereof above the curious girdle of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof into the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, and it may be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosened from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goeth in into the holy place for memorial before the Lord continually. And thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment the urim and the thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goeth in before the Lord. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel upon the heart before the Lord continually. And thou shalt make the robe of the ephod all of blue, and thou shalt be an hole in the top of it. In the midst thereof it shall have a binding of woven work around about the whole of it, as were the whole of the habergeon, that it be not rent. And beneath upon the hem of it thou shalt make pomegranates of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet round about the hem thereof, and bells of golden between them around about. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate upon the hem of the robe around about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goeth in into the holy place before the Lord, and when he cometh out, that he die not. And thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, engrave upon it, like the engravings of a signet, holiness to the Lord. And thou shalt put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the mitre, upon the forefront of the mitre it shall be. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Israel shall hallow in their holy gifts. And it shall be always upon his forehead, and they may be accepted before the Lord. And thou shalt embroider the coat of the fine linen, and thou shalt make the mitre of fine linen, and thou shalt make the girdle of needlework. And for Aaron's sons thou shalt make coats, and thou shalt make for them girdles, and bonnets shalt thou make for them, for glory and for beauty. And thou shalt put them upon Aaron thy brother and his sons with him, and shalt anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And thou shalt make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness from the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons, when they come in unto the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him, and his seed after him. Chapter 21. And this is the thing that thou shalt do unto them, to hallow them to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take 1 young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread, and cakes unleavened tempered with oil, and wafers unleavened anointed with oil. Of wheaten flour shalt thou make them. And thou shalt put them into the one basket, and bring them in the basket, with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shalt wash them with water. And thou shalt take the garments, and put upon Aaron the coat and the robe of the ephod and the ephod and the breastplate, and gird him with the curious girdle of the ephod. And thou shalt put the mitre upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the mitre. Then shalt thou take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And thou shalt bring his sons, and put coats upon them. And thou shalt gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And thou shalt consecrate Aaron and his sons, and thou shalt cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the heads of the bullock, and thou shalt kill the bullock before the Lord by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with the finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And thou shalt take all the fat that covereth the inwards, and with the caul that is above the liver, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock and his skin and his dung shalt thou burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. Thou shalt also take one ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take the blood, and sprinkle it around about upon the altar. And thou shalt cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him and his legs, and put them into his pieces and into his head. And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto the Lord. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Thou shalt take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Then shalt thou kill the ram, and take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And thou shalt take of the blood that is upon the altar of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him, and he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also thou shalt take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covered inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And one loaf of bread, one cake of oil bread, and one wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread. There is before the Lord. And thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shalt wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. And thou shalt receive them from their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before the Lord. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. And thou shalt take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be thy part. And thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved and which is heaved up of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons by the statute forever from the children of Israel, for it is a heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto the Lord. And the holy garments about Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, to be consecrated in them. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he cometh into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place. And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration, and seethe his flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations or the bread remain until the morning, then thou shalt burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thou do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded thee. 7 days shalt thou consecrate them, and thou shalt offer every day a bullock for a sin offering for atonement. And thou shalt cleanse the altar, when thou hast made an atonement for it. And thou shalt anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days thou shalt make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy, and this is that which thou shalt offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. The one lamb thou shalt offer in the morning, and the other lamb thou shalt offer at even. And with the one lamb 1/10 deal of flour, mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of an hin of wine for a drink offering. And the other lamb thou shalt offer at even, and shalt do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle, tabernacle of the congregation, before the Lord, where I will meet you to speak there unto thee. And there I will meet with the children of Israel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation, and the altar I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons, to minister to me in the priest's office. And it will dwell among the children of Israel, and it will be their God. And they shall know that I am the Lord their God, that brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I may dwell among them. I am the Lord their God. Chapter 30. Thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon the shittim wood. Shalt thou make it? A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, the top thereof and the sides thereof round about, and the horns thereof. And thou shalt make unto it a crown of gold round about. And the golden rings that thou make to it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof, upon the 2 sides of it, shall thou make it. And they shall be the 4 places for the staves to bear it withal. And thou shalt make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with thee. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning. When he dressed the lamps, he shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lighteth the lamps at even, he shall burn incense upon it. A perpetual incense before the Lord throughout your generations. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it in a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonements. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto the Lord. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, When thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto the Lord. When thou numberest them, and there be no plague among them, then thou numberest them. This they shall give every one that passeth among them that are numbered half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs, and half shekel shall be the offering of the Lord. Every one that passeth among them that are numbered from 20 years old above shall give an offering unto the Lord. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, when they give an offering unto the Lord to make an atonement for your souls. And thou shalt take the atonement money of the children of Israel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Israel before the Lord, to make an atonement for your souls. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Thou shalt also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal. And thou shalt put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and thou shalt put water therein. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet thereat. When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister to burnt offering made by fire unto the Lord. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, and they die not, and it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout the generations. Moreover, the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take thou also unto the principal spices of pure myrrh 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus 250 shekels, and of cassia 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of oil, olive, and hin. And thou shalt make it an oil of holy anointment, and an anointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be an holy anointing oil. And thou shalt anoint the tabernacle of the congregation therewith, and the ark of the testimony, and the table and all his vessels, and the candlestick and his vessels, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offerings with all his vessels, and the laver and his foot. And thou shalt sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever touches them shall be holy. And thou shalt anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, This shall be an holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Upon men's flesh shall it be poured, neither shall ye make any other like it after the composition of it. It is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compoundeth any like it, or whosoever putteth any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people. And the Lord said unto Moses, Take unto thee sweet spices, stacte, and onycha, and galbanum. These sweet spices with pure frankincense, of each shall there be a like weight. And thou shalt make it a perfume of confection, after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. And thou shalt beat some of it very small, and put a bit before the testimony in the tabernacle of the congregation, where I will meet with thee. It shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which thou shalt make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof. It shall be unto thee holy for the Lord. Whosoever shall make like unto that, too small to smell thereto, shall even be cut off from his people. Chapter 31. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, See, I have called by name Bezaleel, and the son of Uriah, and the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, And I have filled him with the Spirit of God in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work in gold and in silver and in brass, and in cutting of stones to set them, and in carving of timber to work in all manner of workmanship. And now behold, I have given with him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan. And in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make all that I have commanded thee, the tabernacle of the congregation, and the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat that is thereupon, and all the furniture of the tabernacle, and the table and his furniture, and the pure candlestick, with all his furniture, and the altar of incense, the altar of burnt offering, with all his furniture, and the laver and his foot, and the cloths of service, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons, to minister in the priest's office, and the anointing oil, and sweet incense for the holy place, according to all that I have commanded thee, shall they do. And the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily, my Sabbaths ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am the Lord, that doth sanctify you. Ye shall keep the Sabbath thereof, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defileth it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy to the Lord. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel should keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he rested, and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone written with the finger of God. And when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron, and said unto him, Up, make us gods, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. And Aaron said unto them, Break of the golden earrings, which are the ears of the wives of your sons and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And then all the people brake off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hands, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, These be thy gods of Israel, which brought them up out of the land of Egypt. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation and said, Tomorrow is a feast to the Lord. And they rose up early on the morrow, and offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and drink, and rose up to play. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go and get thee down, for the people which thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt have corrupted themselves, and they have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be thy gods of Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make of thee a great nation. And Moses besought the Lord his God, and said, Lord, why dost thou wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of Egypt, with great power and with a mighty hand. Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth. Turn from thy fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants to whom thou swearest by thine own self, and saidst unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and will in all this land, and I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Moses turned and went down from the mount, and the two tables of the testimony were in his hand. And the tables were written on both their sides, and on one side and on the other were they written. And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God, graven into the tables. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people, as they shouted, he said unto Moses, there is a noise of war in the camp. For he said, it is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moses' anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hand, and brake them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made, and burnt it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Israel drink of it. And Moses said unto Aaron, what did this people do? What did this people unto thee? What did this people unto thee, that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them? And Aaron said, let not the anger of my Lord wax hot. Thou knowest the people, that they are set on mischief. And they said unto me, make us gods, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. And I said unto them, whosoever hath any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me when I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. And when Moses saw the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked, and to their shame among their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on the Lord's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell on the people that day about 3,000 men. For Moses had said, consecrate yourselves today to the Lord, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses said unto the people, ye have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up unto the Lord. Peradventure I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moses returned unto the Lord, and said, oh, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them gods of gold. Yet now if thou wilt forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray thee, out of thy book which thou hast written. And the Lord said unto Moses, whosoever has sinned against me, him I will blot out of the book. Therefore now go, lead the people into the place of which I have spoken unto thee. Behold, my angel shall go before thee. Nevertheless, in the day when I will visit their sin upon them. And the Lord spake the people, because they made the calf which Aaron made.
The Lord said to Moses, "Get going, you and the people you brought up from the land of Egypt. Go up to the land I swore to give to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I told them I will give this land to your descendants. And I will send an angel before you to drive out the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Go up to this land that flows with milk and honey. But I will not travel among you, for you are a stubborn and rebellious people. If I did, I would surely destroy you along the way." When the people heard these stern words, they went to mourning and stopped wearing their jewelry and fine clothes. For the Lord had told Moses to tell them, "You are a stubborn and rebellious people. If I were to travel with you for even a moment, I would destroy you. Remove your jewelry and fine clothes, while I decide what to do with you." So from the time they left Mount Sinai, the Israelites wore no more jewelry or fine clothes. It was Moses' practice to take the tent of meeting and set it up some distance from the camp. Everyone who wanted to make a request of the Lord would go to the tent of meeting outside the camp. Whenever Moses went out to the tent of meeting, all the people would get up and stand in the entrances of their own tents. They would all watch Moses until he disappeared inside. And as he went to the tent, the pillar of cloud would come down and hover at its entrance while the Lord spoke with Moses. When the people saw the cloud standing at the entrance of the tent, they would stand and bow down in front of their own tents. Inside the tent of meeting, the Lord would speak to Moses face to face as one speaks to a friend. Afterward, Moses would return to the camp, but the young man who assisted him, Joshua, son of Nun, would remain in the tent of meeting. One day Moses said to the Lord, "You've been telling me, 'Take these people up to the promised land,' but you haven't told me whom you will send with me. You have told me, 'I know you by name, and I look favorably on you.' If it is true that you look favorably on me, let me know your ways so I may understand you more fully and continue to enjoy your favor. And remember that this nation is your very own people." The Lord replied, "I will personally go with you, Moses, and I will give you rest. Everything will be fine for you." Then Moses said, "If you don't personally go with us, don't make us leave this place. How will anyone know that you look favorably on me and on your people if you don't go with us? For your presence among us sets your people and me apart from all other people on the earth." The Lord replied to Moses, "I will indeed do what you have asked, for I look favorably on you and I know you by name." Moses responded, "Then show me your glorious presence." The Lord replied, "I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will call out my name, Yahweh, before you. For I will show mercy on anyone I choose, and I will show compassion to anyone I choose. But you may not look directly at my face, for no one may see me and live." The Lord continued, "Look, stand near me on this rock. As my glorious presence passes by, I will hide you in the crevice of the rock and cover you with my hand until I have passed by. Then I will remove my hand and let you see me from behind, but my face will not be seen." Then the Lord told Moses, "Chisel out 2 stone tablets like the first ones. I will write on them the same words that were on the tablets you smashed. Be ready in the morning to climb up Mount Sinai and present yourself to me on top of the mountain. No one else may come with you. In fact, no one is to appear anywhere on the mountain. Do not even let the flocks or herds graze near the mountain." So Moses chiseled out 2 tablets of stone like the first ones. Early in the morning he climbed Mount Sinai as the Lord had commanded him, and he carried the 2 stone tablets in his hands. Then the Lord came down in a cloud and stood there with him, and he called out his own name, Yahweh. The Lord passed in front of Moses, calling out, "Yahweh, the Lord, the God of compassion and mercy. I am slow to anger and filled with unfailing love and faithfulness. I lavish unfailing love to 1,000 generations. I forgive iniquity, rebellion, and sin. But I do not excuse the guilty. I lay the sins of the parents upon their children and grandchildren. The entire family is affected, even children in the third and fourth generation. Moses immediately threw himself to the ground and worshiped, and he said, O Lord, if it is true that I have found favor with you, then please travel with us. Yes, this is a stubborn and rebellious people, but please forgive our iniquity and our sins. Claim us as your own special possession. The Lord replied, Listen, I am making a covenant with you in the presence of all your people. I will perform miracles that have never been performed anywhere in all the earth or in any nation. And all the people around you will see the power of the Lord, the awesome power I will display for you. But listen carefully to everything I command you today. Then I will go ahead of you and drive out the Amorites, Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Be very careful never to make a treaty with the people who live in the land where you are going. If you do, you will follow their evil ways and be trapped. Instead, you must break down their pagan altars, smash their sacred pillars, and cut down their Asherah poles. You must worship no other gods, for the Lord, whose very name is jealous, is a God who is jealous about his relationship with you. You must not make a treaty of any kind with the people living in the land. They lust after their gods, offering sacrifices to them. They will invite you to join them in their sacrificial meals, and you will go with them. Then you will accept their daughters who sacrifice to other gods as wives for your sons, and they will seduce your sons to commit adultery against me by worshiping other gods. You must not make any gods of molten metal for yourselves. You must celebrate the festival of unleavened bread. For 7 days the bread you eat must be made without yeast, just as I commanded you. Celebrate this festival annually at the appointed time in early spring, in the month of Abib, for that is the anniversary of your departure from Egypt. The firstborn of every animal belongs to me, including the firstborn males from your herds of cattle and your flocks of sheep and goats. A firstborn donkey may be brought back from the Lord by presenting a lamb or young goat in its place. But if you do not buy it back, you must break its neck. However, you must buy back every firstborn son. No one may appear before me without an offering. You have 6 days each week for your ordinary work, but on the seventh day you must stop working, even during the seasons of plowing and harvest. You must celebrate the festival of harvest with the first crop of the wheat harvest, and celebrate the festival of the final harvest at the end of the harvest season. 3 times each year, every man in Israel must appear before the sovereign, the Lord, the God of Israel. I will drive out the other nations ahead of you and expand your territory, so no one will covet and conquer your land while you appear before the Lord your God 3 times each year. You must not offer the blood of my sacrificial offerings together with any baked goods containing yeast, and none of the meat of the Passover sacrifice may be kept over until the next morning. As you harvest your crops, bring the very best of the first harvest to the house of the Lord your God. You must not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. Then the Lord said to Moses, Write down all these instructions, for they represent the terms of the covenant I am making with you and with Israel. Moses remained there on the mountain with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. And all that time he ate no bread and drank no water. And the Lord wrote the terms of the covenant, the 10 commandments, on the stone tablets. When Moses came down Mount Sinai carrying the 2 stone tablets inscribed with the terms of the covenant, he wasn't aware that his face had become radiant because he had spoken to the Lord. So when Aaron and the people of Israel saw the radiance of Moses' face, they were afraid to come near him. But Moses called out to them and asked Aaron and all the leaders of the community to come over, and he talked with them. Then all the people of Israel approached him, and Moses gave them all the instructions the Lord had given him on Mount Sinai. When Moses finished speaking with them, he covered his face with a veil. But whenever he went into the tent of meeting to speak with the Lord, he would remove the veil until he came out again. Then he would give the people whatever instruction the Lord had given him, and the people of Israel would see the radiant glow of his face. So he had put the veil over his face until he returned to speak with the Lord. Chapter 35. Then Moses called together the whole community of Israel and told them, "These are the instructions the Lord has commanded you to follow. You have 6 days each week for your ordinary work, but the seventh day must be a Sabbath day of complete rest, a holy day dedicated to the Lord. Anyone who works on that day must be put to death. You must not even light a fire in any of your homes on the Sabbath." Then Moses said to the whole community of Israel, "This is what the Lord has commanded. Take a sacred offering for the Lord. Let those with generous hearts present the following gifts to the Lord: gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet thread, fine linen and goat hair for cloth, tanned ram skins and fine goatskin leather, acacia wood, olive oil for the lamp, spices for the anointed oil and the fragrant incense, onyx stones and other gemstones to set in the ephod and the priest's chest piece. Come, all of you who are gifted craftsmen, construct everything that the Lord has commanded. The tabernacle with its sacred tent, its covering clasps, frames, crossbars, posts, and bases, the ark and its carrying poles, the ark's cover, the place of atonement, the inner curtain to shield the ark, the table, its carrying poles, and all of its utensils, the bread of the presence, for light, the lampstand, its accessories, the lamp cups, and the olive oil for lighting, the incense altar and its carrying poles, the anointing oil and fragrant incense, the curtain for the entrance of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering, the bronze grating of the altar and its carrying poles and utensils, the wash basin with its stand, the curtains for the walls of the courtyard, the posts and their bases, the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard, the tent pegs of the tabernacle and courtyard and their ropes, the beautifully stitched garments for the priest to wear while ministering in the holy place, the sacred garment for Aaron the priest, and the garments for his sons to wear as they minister as priests. So the whole community of Israel left Moses and returned to their tents. All whose hearts were stirred and whose spirits were moved came and brought their sacred offerings to the Lord. They brought all the materials needed for the tabernacle, for the performance of its rituals, and for the sacred garments. Both men and women came, all whose hearts were willing. They brought to the Lord their offerings of gold, brooches, earrings, rings from their fingers, and necklaces. They presented gold objects of every kind as a special offering to the Lord. All those who owned the following items willingly brought them: blue, purple, and scarlet thread, fine linen, and goat hair for cloth, and tanned ram skins and fine goatskin leather. All who had silver and bronze objects gave them as a sacred offering to the Lord. And those who had acacia wood brought it for use in the project. All the women who were skilled in sewing and spinning, preparing blue, purple, and scarlet thread and fine linen cloth. All the women who were willing used their skills to spin the goat hair into yarn. The leaders brought onyx stones and special gemstones to be set in the ephod in the priest's chest piece. They also brought spices and olive oil for the light, the anointing oil, and the fragrant incense. So the people of Israel, every man and woman who was eager to help in the work the Lord had given them through Moses, brought their gifts and gave them freely to the Lord. Then Moses told the people of Israel, "The Lord has specifically chosen Bezalel, son of Uri, grandson of Hur of the tribe of Judah. The Lord has filled Bezalel with the Spirit of God, giving him great wisdom, ability, and expertise in all kinds of crafts. He is a master craftsman, expert in working with gold, silver, and bronze. He is skilled in engraving and mounting gemstones and in carving wood. He is a master at every craft. And the Lord has given both him and Oholibab, son of Ahimashap, tribe of Dan, the ability to teach their skills to others. The Lord has given them special skills as engravers, designers, embroiderers, in blue, purple, and scarlet thread, on fine linen cloth, and weavers. They excel as craftsmen and as designers. Chapter 36. The Lord has gifted Bezalel, Oholiab, and the other skilled craftsmen with wisdom and ability to perform any task involved in building the sanctuary. Let them construct and furnish the tabernacle, just as the Lord has commanded. So Moses summoned Bezalel and Oholiab and all the others who were especially gifted by the Lord and were eager to get to work. Moses gave them the materials donated by the people of Israel as sacred offerings for the completion of the sanctuary. But the people continued to bring additional gifts each morning. Finally, the craftsmen who were working on the sanctuary left their work. They went to Moses and reported, "The people have given more than enough material to complete the jobs the Lord has commanded us to do." So Moses gave the command, and this message was sent throughout the camp. Men and women, don't prepare any more gifts for the sanctuary. We have enough. So the people stopped bringing their sacred offerings. Their contributions were more than enough to complete the whole project. The skilled craftsmen made 10 curtains of finely woven linen for the tabernacle. Then Bezalel decorated the curtains with blue, purple, and scarlet thread and with skillfully embroidered cherubim. All 10 curtains were exactly the same size, 42 feet long and 6 feet wide. 5 of these curtains were joined together to make one long curtain, and the other 5 were joined to make a second curtain. He made 50 loops of blue yarn and put them along the edge of the last curtain in each set. The 50 loops along the edge of one curtain matched the 50 loops along the edge of the other curtain. Then he made 50 gold clasps and fastened the long curtains together with the clasp. In this way, the tabernacle was made of one continuous piece. He made 11 curtains of goat hair cloth to serve as a tent covering for the tabernacle. These 11 curtains were all exactly the same size, 45 feet long and 6 feet wide. Bezalel joined 5 of these curtains together to make one long curtain, and the other 6 were joined to make a second long curtain. He made 50 loops for the edge of each large curtain. He also made 50 bronze clasps to fasten the long curtains together. In this way, the tent covering was made of one continuous piece. He completed the tent covering with a layer of tanned ram skins and a layer of fine goatskin leather. From the framework of the tabernacle, Bezalel constructed frames of acacia wood. Each frame was 15 feet high and 27 inches wide, with 2 pegs under each frame. All the frames were identical. He made 20 of these frames to support the curtains on the south side of the tabernacle. He also made 40 silver bases, 2 bases under each frame with the pegs fitting securely into the bases. For the north side of the tabernacle, he made another 20 frames with their 40 silver bases, 2 bases under each frame. He made 6 frames for the rear, the west side of the tabernacle, along with 2 additional frames to reinforce the rear corners of the tabernacle. These corner frames were matched at the bottom and firmly attached at the top with a single ring, forming a single corner unit. Both of these corner units were made the same way, so they were 8 frames at the rear of the tabernacle, set at 16 silver bases, 2 bases under each frame. Then he made crossbars of acacia wood to link the frames, 5 crossbars for the north side of the tabernacle and 5 for the south side. He also made 5 crossbars for the rear of the tabernacle, which faced west. He made the middle crossbar to attach halfway up the frames. It ran all the way from one end of the tabernacle to the other. He overlaid the frames with gold and made gold rings to hold the crossbars. Then he overlaid the crossbars with gold as well. For the inside of the tabernacle, Bezalel made a special curtain of finely woven linen. He decorated it with blue, purple, and scarlet thread and with skillfully embroidered cherubim. For the curtain he made 4 posts of acacia wood and 4 gold hooks. He overlaid the posts with gold and set them in 4 bases. Then he made another curtain for the entrance to the sacred tent. He made it of finely woven linen and embroidered it with exquisite designs using blue, purple, and scarlet thread. This curtain was hung on gold hooks attached to 5 posts. The posts with their decorated tops and hooks were overlaid with gold, and the 5 bases were cast from bronze. Chapter 37. Next, Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood, a sacred chest, 45 inches long, 27 inches wide, and 27 inches high. He overlaid it inside and outside with pure gold, and he ran a molding of gold all around it. He cast 4 gold rings and attached them to its 4 feet, 2 rings on each side. Then he made poles from acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. He inserted the poles into the rings at the sides of the ark to carry it. Then he made the ark's cover, the place of atonement, from pure gold. It was 45 inches long and 27 inches wide. He made 2 cherubim from hammered gold and placed them at the 2 ends of the atonement cover. He molded the cherubim on each end of the atonement cover, making it all one piece of gold. The cherubim faced each other and looked down on their atonement cover. With their wings spreading above it, they protected it. Then Bezalel made the table of acacia wood, 36 inches long, 18 inches wide, and 27 inches high. He overlaid it with pure gold and ran a gold molding around the edge. He decorated it with a 3-inch border all around, and he ran a gold molding along the border. Then he cast 4 gold rings on the table and attached them at the 4 corners next to the 4 legs. The rings were attached near the border to hold the poles that were used to carry the table. He made these poles from acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. Then he made special containers of pure gold for the table, bowls, pans, jars, and pitchers to be used in pouring out liquid offerings. Then Bezalel made the lampstand of pure hammered gold. He made the entire lampstand and its decorations of one piece. The base, stern, stem, lamp cups, buds, and petals. The lampstand had 6 branches going out from the center stem, 3 on each side. Each of the 6 branches had 3 lamp cups shaped like almond blossoms, complete with buds and petals. The center stem of the lampstand was crafted with 4 lamp cups shaped like almond blossoms, complete with buds and petals. There was an almond bud beneath each pair of branches, where the 6 branches extended from the center stem, all made of one piece. The almond buds and branches were all of one piece with the center stem, and they were hammered from pure gold. He also made 7 lamps for the lampstand, lamp snuffers and trays, all of pure gold. The entire lampstand, along with its accessories, was made from 75 pounds of pure gold. Then Bezalel made the incense altar of acacia wood. It was 18 inches square and 36 inches high, with horns at the corners carved from the same piece of wood as the altar itself. He overlaid the top sides and horns of the altar with pure gold, and he ran a gold molding around the entire altar. He made 2 gold rings and attached them on opposite sides of the altar below the gold molding to hold the carrying poles. He made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. Then he made the sacred anointing oil and the fragrant incense using the techniques of a skilled incense maker. Next, Bezalel used acacia wood to construct the square altar of burnt offering. It was 7.5 feet wide, 7.5 feet long, and 4.5 feet high. He made horns for each of its 4 corners, so that the horns and altars were all one piece. He overlaid the altar with bronze. Then he made all the altar utensils of bronze, the ash buckets, shovels, basins, meat forks, and fire pans. Next, he made a bronze grating and installed it halfway down the side of the altar, under the ledge. He cast 4 rings and attached them to the corners of the bronze grating to hold the carrying poles. He made the poles from acacia wood and overlaid them with bronze. He inserted the poles throughout the rings on the sides of the altar. The altar was hollow and was made from planks. Bezalel made the bronze wash basin and its bronze stand from bronze mirrors donated by the women who served at the entrance of the tabernacle. Then Bezalel made the courtyard, which was enclosed with curtains, made of finely woven linen. On the south side of the curtains were 150 feet long. They were held up by 20 posts set securely in 20 bronze bases. He hung the curtains with silver hooks and rings. He made a similar set of curtains for the north side, 150 feet of curtains held up by the 20 posts of securely in bronze bases. He hung the curtains with silver hooks and rings. The curtains on the west end of the courtyard were 75 feet long, hung with silver hooks and rings, and supported by 10 posts set into 10 bases. The east end, the front, was also 75 feet long. The courtyard entrance was on the east end, flanked by two curtains. The curtain on the right side was 22.5 feet long and was supported by 3 posts set into 3 bases. The curtain on the left side was also 22.5 feet long and was supported by 3 posts set into 3 bases. All the curtains used in the courtyard were made of finely woven linen. Each post had a bronze base, and all the hooks and rings were silver. The top of the posts of the courtyard were overlaid with silver, and the rings to hold up the curtains were made of silver. He made the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard of finely woven linen, and he decorated it with beautiful embroidery in blue, purple, and scarlet thread. It was 30 feet long, and its height was 7.5 feet, just like the curtains of the courtyard walls. It was supported by 4 posts, each set securely in its own bronze base. The tops of the posts were overlaid with silver, and the hooks and the rings were also made of silver. And all the tent pegs used in the tabernacle and courtyard were made of bronze. This is an inventory of the materials used in building the tabernacle of the covenant. The Levites compiled the figures as Moses directed, and Ithamar, son of Aaron the priest, served as recorder. Bezalel, son of Uri, grandson of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, made everything just as the Lord had commanded Moses. He was assisted by Oholiab, son of Ahisamach, and of the tribe of Dan, a craftsman expert at engraving, designing, and embroidering with blue, purple, and scarlet thread on fine linen cloth. The people brought special offerings of gold totaling 2,193 pounds, as measured by the weight of the sanctuary's shekel. The gold was used throughout the tabernacle. The whole community of Israel gave 7,545 pounds of silver, as measured by the weight of the sanctuary shekel. This silver came from the tax collected from each man registered in the census. The tax is 1 bekah, which is half a shekel, based on the sanctuary shekel. The tax was collected from 603,550 men who had reached their 20th birthday. The 100 bases for the frames of the sanctuary walls and for the posts supporting the inner curtain required 7,500 pounds of silver, about 75 pounds for each base. The remaining 45 pounds of silver was used to make the hooks and rings and to overlay the tops of the posts. The people also brought as special offerings 5,310 pounds of bronze, which was used for casting the bases for the post of the entrance to the tabernacle, and for the bronze altar with its bronze grating and all the altar utensils. Bronze was also used to make the bases for the posts that supported the curtains around the courtyard, the bases for the curtain at the entrance of the courtyard, and all the tent pegs for the tabernacle and the courtyard. Chapter 39. The craftsmen also made beautiful sacred garments of blue, purple, and scarlet clothing for Aaron to wear while ministering in the holy place, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Bezalel made the ephod of finely woven linen and embroidered it with gold and with blue, purple, and scarlet thread. He made gold thread by hammering out thin sheets of gold and cutting cutting it into fine strands. With great skill and care, he worked it into the fine linen with the blue, purple, and scarlet thread. The ephod consisted of two pieces, front and back, joined at the shoulders with two shoulder pieces. The decorative sash was made of the same material, finely woven linen, embroidered with gold and with blue, purple, and scarlet thread, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. They mounted the two onyx stones in settings of gold filigree. The stones were engraved with the names of the tribes of Israel, just as a seal is engraved. He fastened these stones on the shoulder pieces of the ephod as a reminder that the priest represents the people of Israel. All this was done just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Bezalel made the chest piece with great skill and care. He made it to match the ephod, using finely woven linen embroidered with gold and with blue, purple, and scarlet thread. He made the chest piece of a single piece of cloth folded to form a pouch 9 inches square. They mounted 4 rows of gemstones on it. The first row contained a red carnelian, a pale green peridot, and an emerald. The second row contained a turquoise, a blue lapis lazuli, and a white moonstone. The third row contained an orange jacinth, an agate, and a purple amethyst. The fourth row contained a blue-green beryl, an onyx, and a green jasper. All these stones were set in gold filigree. Each stone represented one of the 12 sons of Israel, and the names of that tribe was engraved on it like a seal. To attach the chest piece to the ephod, they made braided cords of pure gold thread. They also made 2 settings of gold filigree and 2 gold rings, and attached them to the top corners of the chest piece. They tied the 2 gold cords to the rings on the chest piece. They tied the other ends of the cords to the gold settings on the shoulder pieces of the ephod. Then they made 2 more gold rings and attached them to the inside edges of the chest piece next to the ephod. Then they made 2 more gold rings and attached them to the front of the ephod, below the shoulder pieces, just above the knot where the decorative sash was fastened to the ephod. They attached the bottom rings of the chest piece to the rings on the ephod with blue cords. In this way, the chest piece was held securely to the ephod above the decorative sash. All this was done just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Bezalel made the robe that is worn with the ephod from a single piece of blue woven cloth, with an opening for Aaron's head in the middle of it. The opening was reinforced with a woven collar so it would not tear. They made pomegranates of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and attached them to the hem of the robe. They also made bells of pure gold and placed them between the pomegranates along the hem of the robe, with bells and pomegranates alternating all around the hem. This robe was to be worn whenever the priest ministered before the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. They made tunics for Aaron and his sons from fine linen cloth. The turban and the special head coverings were made of fine linen, and the undergarments were also made of finely woven linen. The sashes were made of finely woven linen and embroidered with blue, purple, and scarlet thread, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Finally, they made the sacred medallion, the badge of holiness, of pure gold. They engraved it like a seal with these words, "Holy to the Lord." They attached the medallion with a blue cord to Aaron's turban, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. And so at last the tabernacle was finished. The Israelites had done everything just as the Lord had commanded Moses, and they brought the entire tabernacle to Moses, the sacred tent with all of its furnishing, clasps, frames, crossbars, posts, and bases, the tent coverings of tan ram skins and fine goatskin leather, the inner curtain to shield the Ark of the Covenant and its carrying poles, the Ark's cover, the place of atonement, the table and all of its utensils, the bread of the presence, the pure gold lampstand with its symmetrical lamp cups, all its accessories, and the olive oil for lighting, the gold altar, the anointing oil, and fragrant incense, the curtain for the entrance of the sacred tent, the bronze altar, the bronze grating and its carrying poles and utensils, the wash basin with its stand, the curtains for the walls of the courtyard, the posts and their bases, the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard, the ropes and tent pegs, all the furnishings to be used in worship at the tabernacle, the beautifully stitched garments for the priest to wear while ministering in the holy place, the sacred garments for Aaron, the priest, and the garments for his sons to wear as they minister as priests. So the people of Israel followed all the Lord's instructions to Moses. Then Moses inspected all their work. When he found it had all been done just as the Lord had commanded him, he blessed them. Chapter 40. Then the Lord said to Moses, set up the tabernacle on the first day of the new year. Place the ark of the covenant inside and place the inner curtain to enclose the ark within the most holy place. Then bring in the tabernacle and arrange the utensils on it, and bring in the lampstand and set up the lamps. Place the gold incense altar in front of the ark of the covenant. Then hang the curtain at the entrance of the tabernacle. Place the altar of burnt offering in front of the tabernacle entrance. Set the wash basin between the tabernacle and the altar, and fill it with water. Then set up the courtyard around the outside of the tent, and hang the curtain for the courtyard entrance. Take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and all of its furnishings to consecrate them and make them holy. Anoint the altar of burnt offerings and its utensils to consecrate them. Then the altar will become absolutely holy. Then next anoint the wash basin and its stand to consecrate them. Present Aaron and his sons at the entrance of the tabernacle and wash them with water. Dress Aaron with the sacred garments and anoint him, consecrating him to serve me as a priest. Then present his sons and dress them in their tunics. Anoint them as you did their father, so they may also serve me as priests with their anointing. Aaron's descendants are set apart for the priesthood forever, from generation to generation. Moses proceeded to do everything just as the Lord had commanded him. So the tabernacle was set up on the first day of the first month of the second year. Moses erected the tabernacle by setting down its bases, inserting the frames, attaching the crossbars, and setting up the posts. Then he spread the coverings over the tabernacle framework and put on the protective layers, just as the Lord had commanded him. He took the stone tablets inscribed with the terms of the covenant and placed them inside the ark. Then he attached the carrying poles to the ark, and he set the ark's cover, the place of atonement, on top of it. Then he brought the ark of the covenant into the tabernacle and hung the inner curtain to shield it from view, just as the Lord had commanded him. Next, Moses placed a table in the tabernacle along with the north side of the holy place just outside the inner curtain. And he arranged the bread of the presence on the table before the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded him. He set the lampstand in the tabernacle across from the table on the south side of the holy place. Then he lit the lamps in the Lord's presence, just as the Lord had commanded him. He also placed the gold incense altar in the tabernacle in the holy place in front of the inner curtain. On it he burned the fragrant incense, just as the Lord had commanded him. He hung the curtain at the entrance of the tabernacle, and he placed the altar of burnt offering near the tabernacle entrance. On it he offered a burnt offering and a grain offering, just as the Lord had commanded him. Next, Moses placed the wash basin between the tabernacle and the altar. He filled it with water so the priests could wash themselves. Moses and Aaron's sons used water from it to wash their hands and feet. Whenever they approached the altar and entered the tabernacle, they washed themselves, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then he hung the curtains, forming the courtyard around the tabernacle and the altar, and he set up the curtains at the entrance of the courtyard. So at last Moses finished the work. Then the cloud covered the tabernacle, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses could no longer enter the tabernacle because the cloud had settled down over it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Now, whenever the cloud lifted from the tabernacle, the people of Israel would set out on their journey following it. But if the cloud did not rise, they remained where they were until it lifted. The cloud of the Lord hovered over the tabernacle during the day, and at the night fire blowing inside the cloud, so the whole family of Israel could see it. This continued throughout all their journeys. Leviticus chapter 1. The Lord called to Moses from the tabernacle and said to him, "Give the following instructions to the people of Israel. When you present an animal as an offering to the Lord, you may take it from your herd or cattle or your flock of sheep and goats. If the animal you present as a burnt offering is from the herd, it must be a male with no defects. Bring it to the entrance of the tabernacle, so you may be accepted by the Lord. Lay your hand on the animal's head, and the Lord will accept its death in your place to purify you, making you right with him. Then slaughter the young bull in the Lord's presence, and Aaron's sons, the priests, will present the animal's blood by splattering it against all sides of the altar that stands at the entrance to the tabernacle. Then skin the animal and cut it into pieces. The sons of Aaron, the priest, will build a wood fire on the altar. They will arrange the pieces of the offering, including the head and the fat, on the wood burning on the altar. But the internal organs and the legs must first be washed with water. Then the priest will burn the entire sacrifice on the altar as a burnt offering. It is a special gift, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. If the animal you present as a burnt offering is from the flock, it may be either a sheep or a goat, but it must be a male with no defects. Slaughter the animal on the north side of the altar in the Lord's presence, and Aaron's sons, the priests, will splatter its blood against all sides of the altar. Then cut the animal in pieces, and the priest will arrange the pieces of the offering, including the head and the fat, on the wood burning on the altar. But the internal organs and the legs must first be washed with water. Then the priest will burn the entire sacrifice on the altar as a burnt offering. It is a special gift, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. If you present a bird as a burnt offering to the Lord, choose either a turtle dove or a young pigeon. The priest will take the bird to the altar, wring off its head, and burn it on the altar. But first he must drain its blood against the side of the altar. The priest must also remove the crop and the feathers and throw them in the ashes on the east side of the altar. Then, grasping the bird by its wings, the priest will tear the bird open, but without tearing it apart. Then he will burn it as a burnt offering on the wood burning on the altar. It is a special gift, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. Chapter 2. When you present grain as an offering to the Lord, the offering must consist of choice flour. You are to pour olive oil on it, sprinkle it with frankincense, and bring it to Aaron's sons, the priests. The priest will scoop out a handful of flour moistened with oil, together with all the frankincense, and burn this representative portion on the altar. It is a special gift, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering will then be given to Aaron and his sons. This offering will be considered a most holy part of the special gifts presented to the Lord. If your offering is a grain offering baked in an oven, it must be made of choice flour, but without any yeast. It may be presented in the form of thin cakes mixed with olive oil, or wafers or spread with olive oil. If your grain offering is cooked on a griddle, it must be made of choice flour mixed with olive oil, but without any yeast. Break it into pieces and pour olive oil on it. It is a grain offering. If your grain offering is prepared in a pan, it must be made of choice flour and olive oil. No matter how a grain offering for the Lord has been prepared, bring it to the priest, who will present it at the altar. The priest will take the representative portion of the grain offering and burn it on the altar. It is a special gift, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering will then be given to Aaron and his sons as their food. This offering will be considered a most holy part of the special gifts presented to the Lord. Do not use yeast in preparing any of the grain offerings you present to the Lord, because no yeast or honey may be burned as a special gift presented to the Lord. You may add yeast and honey to an offering of the first crops of your harvest, but these must never be offered on the altar as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. Season all your grain offerings with salt to remind you of God's eternal covenant. Never forget to add salt to your grain offerings. If you present a grain offering to the Lord from the first portion of your harvest, bring fresh grain that is coarsely ground and roasted on a fire. Put olive oil on this grain offering and sprinkle it with frankincense. The priest will take a representative portion of the grain moistened with oil together with all the frankincense and burn it as a special gift presented to the Lord. Chapter 3. If you present an animal from the herd as a peace offering to the Lord, it may be a male or a female, but it must have no defects. Lay your hand on the animal's head and slaughter it at the entrance of the tabernacle. Then Aaron's sons, the priests, will splatter its blood against all sides of the altar. The priest must present part of this peace offering as a special gift to the Lord. This includes all the fat around the internal organs, the two kidneys, and the fat around them near the loins, and the long lobe of the liver. These must be removed with the kidneys, and Aaron's sons will burn them on top of the burnt offering on the wood burning on the altar. It is a special gift, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. If you present an animal from the flock as a peace offering to the Lord, it may be a male or a female, but it must have no defects. If you present a sheep as your offering, bring it to the Lord, lay your hand on its head, and slaughter it in front of the tabernacle. Aaron's sons will then splatter the sheep's blood against all sides of the altar. The priest must present the fat of this peace offering as a special gift to the Lord. This includes the fat of the broad tail cut off near the backbone, all the fat around the internal organs, two kidneys, and the fat around them near the loins, and the long lobe of the liver. These must be removed with the kidneys, and the priest will burn them on the altar. It is a special gift of food presented to the Lord. If you present a goat as your offering, bring it to the Lord. Lay your hand on its head and slaughter it in front of the tabernacle. Aaron's sons will then splatter the goat's blood against all sides of the altar. The priest must present part of the offering as a special gift to the Lord. This includes all the fat around the internal organs, the two kidneys, and the fat around them near the loins, and the long lobe of the liver. These must be removed with the kidneys, and the priest will burn them on the altar. It is a special gift of food, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. All the fat belongs to the Lord. You must never eat any fat or blood. This is a permanent law for you, and it must be observed from generation to generation wherever you live. Chapter 4. Then the Lord said to Moses, give the following instructions to the people of Israel. This is how you are to deal with those who sin unintentionally by doing anything that violates one of the Lord's commands. If the high priest sins, bringing guilt upon the entire community, he must give a sin offering for the sin he has committed. He must present to the Lord a young bull with no defects. He must bring the bull to the Lord at the entrance of the tabernacle. Lay his hand on the bull's head and slaughter it before the Lord. The high priest will then take some of the bull's blood into the tabernacle, dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord in front of the inner curtain of the sanctuary. The priest will then put some of the blood on the horns of the altar for fragrant incense that stands in the Lord's presence inside the tabernacle. He will pour out the rest of the bull's blood at the base of the altar for burnt offerings at the entrance of the tabernacle. Then the priest must remove all the fat of the bull to be offered as a sin offering. This includes all the fat around the internal organs, the 2 kidneys, and a fat around them near the loins, and the long lobe of the liver. He must remove these along with the kidneys, just as he does with cattle offered as a peace offering, and burn them on the altar of burnt offerings. But he must take whatever is left of the bull, its hide, meat, head, legs, internal organs, and dung, and carry it away to a place outside the camp that is ceremonially clean, in the place where the ashes are dumped. There on the ash heap, he will burn it on a wood fire. If the entire Israelite community sins by violating one of the Lord's commands, but the people don't realize it, they are still guilty. When they become aware of their sin, the people must bring a young bull as an offering for their sin and present it before the tabernacle. The elders of the community must then lay their hands on the bull's head and slaughter it before the Lord. The high priest will then take some of the bull's blood, dip it into the tabernacle, dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord in front of the inner curtain. He will then put some of the blood on the horns of the altar for fragrant incense that stands in the Lord's presence inside the tabernacle. He will pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar for burnt offerings at the entrance of the tabernacle. Then the priest must remove all the animal's fat and burn it on the altar, just as he does with the bull offered as a sin offering for the high priest. Through this process, the priest will purify the people, making them right with the Lord, and they will be forgiven. Then the priest must take what is left of the bull and carry it outside the camp and burn it there, just as done with the sin offering for the high priest. This offering is for the sin of the entire congregation of Israel. If one of Israel's leaders sins by violating one of the commands of the Lord his God, but doesn't realize it, he is still guilty. When he becomes aware of his sin, he must bring as his offering a male goat with no defects. He must lay his hand on the goat's head and slaughter it at the place where burnt offerings are slaughtered before the Lord. This is an offering for his sin. Then the priest will dip his finger in the blood of the sin offering and put it on the horns of the altar for burnt offerings. He will pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. Then he must burn all the goat's fat on the altar, just as he does with the peace offering. Through this process, the priest will purify the leader from his sin, making him right with the Lord, and he will be forgiven. If any of the common people sin by violating one of the Lord's commands, but they don't realize it, they are still guilty. When they become aware of their sin, they must bring as an offering for their sin a female goat with no defects. They must lay a hand on the head of the sin offering and slaughter it at the place where burnt offerings are slaughtered. Then the priest will dip his finger in the blood and put it on the horns of the altar for burnt offerings. He will pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. Then he must remove all the goat's fat, just as he does with the fat of the people, with the peace offering. He will burn the fat on the altar, and it will be a pleasing aroma to the Lord. Through this process, the priest will purify the people, making them right with the Lord, and they will be forgiven. If the people bring a sheep as their sin offering, it must be a female with no defects. They must lay a hand on the head of the sin offering and slaughter it at the place where burnt offerings are slaughtered. Then the priest will dip his finger in the blood of the sin offering and put it on the horns of the altar for burnt offerings. He will pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. Then he must remove all the sheep's fat, just as he does with the fat of a sheep presented as a peace offering. He will burn the fat on the altar on top of the special gifts presented to the Lord. Through this process, the priest will purify the people from their sin, making them right with the Lord, and they will be forgiven. Chapter 5. If you are called to testify about something you have seen or that you know about, it is sinful to refuse to testify, and you will be punished for your sin. Or suppose you unknowingly touch something that is ceremonially unclean, such as the carcass of an unclean animal. When you realize what you have done, you must admit your defilement and your guilt. This is true whether it is a wild animal, a domestical animal, or an animal that scurries along the ground. Or suppose you unknowingly touch something that makes a person unclean. When you realize what you have done, you must admit your guilt. Or suppose you make A foolish vow of any kind, whether its purpose is for good or bad, when you realize its foolishness, you must admit your guilt. When you become aware of your guilt in any of these ways, you must confess your sin. Then you must bring to the Lord as a penalty for your sin a female from the flock, either a sheep or a goat. This is a sin offering with which the priest will purify you from your sin, making you right with the Lord. But if you cannot afford to bring a sheep, you may bring to the Lord 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons as a penalty for your sin. One of the birds will be for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. You must bring them to the priest, who will present the first bird as a sin offering. He will wring its neck, but without severing its head from the body. Then he will sprinkle some of the blood of the sin offering against the sides of the altar, and the rest of the blood will be drained out at the base of the altar. This is an offering for sin. The priest will then prepare the second bird as a burnt offering, following all the procedures that have been prescribed. Through this process, the priest will purify you from your sin, making you right with the Lord, and you will be forgiven. If you cannot afford to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, you may bring 2 quarts of choice flour for your sin offering. Since it is an offering for sin, you must not moisten it with olive oil or put any frankincense on it. Take the flour to the priest, who will scoop out a handful as a representative portion. He will burn it on the altar on top of the special gifts presented to the Lord. It is an offering for sin. Through this process, the priest will purify those who are guilty of any of these sins, making them right with the Lord, and they will be forgiven. The rest of the flour will belong to the priest, just as with the grain offering. Then the Lord said to Moses, if one of you commits a sin by unintentionally defiling the Lord's sacred property, you must bring a guilt offering to the Lord. The offering must be your own ram with no defects, or you may buy one of equal value with silver, as measured by the weight of the sanctuary shekel. You must make restitution for the sacred property you have harmed by paying for the loss, plus an additional 20%. When you give the payment to the priest, he will purify you with the ram sacrificed as a guilt offering, making you right with the Lord, and you will be forgiven. Suppose you sin by violating one of the Lord's commands. Even if you are unaware of what you have done, you are guilty and you will be punished for your sin. For a guilt offering, you must bring to the priest your own ram with no defects, or you may buy one of equal value. Through this process, the priest will purify you from your unintentional sin, making you right with the Lord, and you will be forgiven. This is a guilt offering for you have been guilty of an offense against the Lord. Chapter 6. Then the Lord said to Moses, suppose one of you sins against your associate and is unfaithful to the Lord. Suppose you cheat in a deal involving a security deposit, or you steal or commit fraud, or you find lost property and you lie about it, or you lie while swearing to tell the truth, or you commit any other such sin. If you have sinned in any of these ways, you are guilty. You must give back whatever you stole, or the money you took by extortion, or the security deposit, or the lost property you found, or anything attained by swearing falsely. You must make restitution by paying the full price plus an additional 20% to the person you have harmed. On the same day, you must present a guilt offering. As a guilt offering to the Lord, you must bring to the priest your own ram with no defects, or you may buy one of equal value. Through this process, the priest will purify you before the Lord, making you right with him, and you will be forgiven for any of these sins you have committed. Then the Lord said to Moses, give Aaron and his sons the following instructions regarding the burnt offering. The burnt offering must be left on top of the altar until the next morning, and the fire on the altar must be kept burning all night. In the morning, after the priest on duty has put on his official linen clothing and linen undergarments. He must clean out the ashes of the burnt offering and put them beside the altar. Then he must take off these garments, change back into his regular clothes, and carry the ashes outside the camp to a place that is ceremonially clean. Meanwhile, the fire on the altar must be kept burning. It must never go out. Each morning, the priest will add fresh wood to the fire and arrange the burnt offering on it. He will then burn the fat of the peace offering on it. Remember, the fire must be kept burning on the altar at all times. It must never go out. These are the instructions regarding the grain offering. Aaron's sons must present this offering to the Lord in front of the altar. The priest on duty will take from the grain offering a handful of the choice flour moistened with olive oil, together with all the frankincense. He will burn this representative portion on the altar as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. Aaron and his sons may eat the rest of the flour, but it must be baked without yeast and eaten in a sacred place within the courtyard of the tabernacle. Remember, it must never be prepared with yeast. I have given it to the priests as their share of the special gifts presented to me. Like the sin offering and the guilt offering, it is most holy. Any of Aaron's male descendants may eat from the special gifts presented to the Lord. This is their permanent right from generation to generation. Anyone or anything that touches these offerings will become holy. Then the Lord said to Moses, on the day Aaron and his sons are anointed, they must present to the Lord a grain offering of 2 quarts of choice flour, half to be offered in the morning and half to be offered in the evening. It must be carefully mixed with olive oil and cooked on a griddle. Then slice this grain offering and present it as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. In each generation, the high priest who succeeds Aaron must prepare the same offering. It belongs to the Lord, and it must be burned up completely. This is permanent law. All such grain offerings of a priest must be burned up entirely. None of it may be eaten. Then the Lord said to Moses, give Aaron and his sons the following instructions regarding the sin offering. The animal given as an offering for sin is a most holy offering, and it must be slaughtered in the Lord's presence at the place where the burnt offerings are slaughtered. The priest who offers the sacrifice as a sin offering must eat his portion in a sacred place within the courtyard of the tabernacle. Anyone or anything that touches the sacred meat will become holy. If any of the sacrificial blood splatters on a person's clothing, the soiled garment must be washed in a sacred place. If a clay pot is used to boil the sacrificial meat, it must then be broken. If a bronze pot is used, it must be scoured and thoroughly rinsed with water. Any male from a priest's family may eat from this offering. It is most holy. But the offering for sin may not be eaten. If its blood was brought into the tabernacle as an offering for purification in the holy place, it must be completely burned with fire. Chapter 7. These are instructions for the guilt offering. It is most holy. The animal sacrificed as a guilt offering must be slaughtered at the place where the burnt offerings are slaughtered, and its blood must be splattered against all sides of the altar. The priest will then offer all of its fat on the altar, including the fat of the broad tail, the fat around the internal organs, the 2 kidneys and the fat around them near the loins, and a long lobe of the liver. These are to be removed with the kidneys, and the priest will burn them on the altar as a special gift presented to the Lord. This is the guilt offering. Any male from a priest's family may eat the meat. It must be eaten in a sacred place, for it is most holy. The same instructions apply to both the guilt offerings and the sin offering. Both belong to the priest who used them to purify someone, making that person right with the Lord. In the case of the burnt offering, the priest may keep the hide of the sacrificed animal. Any grain offering that has been baked in an oven, prepared in a pan, or cooked on a griddle belongs to the priest who presents it. All other grain offerings, whether made of dry flour or flour moistened with olive oil, are to be shared equally among all the priests, the descendants of Aaron. These are the instructions regarding the different kinds of peace offerings that may be presented to the Lord. If you present your peace offering as an expression of thanksgiving, the usual animal sacrifice must be accompanied by various kinds of bread made without yeast, thin cakes mixed with olive oil, wafers spread with oil, and cakes made of choice flour mixed with olive oil. This peace offering of thanksgiving must be accompanied by loaves of bread made with yeast. One of each kind of bread must be presented as a gift to the Lord. It will then belong to the priest, who splatters the blood of the peace offering against the altar. The meat of the peace offering of thanksgiving must be eaten on the same day it is offered. None of it may be saved for the next morning. If you bring an offering to fulfill a vow or as a voluntary offering, the meat must be eaten on the same day the sacrifice is offered. But whatever is left over may be eaten on the second day. Any meat left over until the third day must be completely burned up. If any of the meat from the peace offering is eaten on the third day, the person who presented it will not be accepted by the Lord. You will receive no credit for offering it. By then the meat will be contaminated. If you eat it, you will be punished for your sin. Meat that touches anything ceremonially unclean may not be eaten. It must be completely burned up. The rest of the meat may be eaten, but only by people who are ceremonially clean. If you are ceremonially unclean and you eat meat from a peace offering that was presented to the Lord, you will be cut off from the community. If you touch anything that is unclean, whether it is human defilement or an unclean animal or any other unclean, detestable thing, and then eat meat from a peace offering presented to the Lord, you will be cut off from the community. Then the Lord said to Moses, give the following instructions to the people of Israel. You must never eat fat, whether from cattle, sheep, or goats. The fat of an animal found dead or torn to pieces by wild animals must never be eaten, though it may be used for any other purpose. Anyone who eats fat from an animal presented as a special gift to the Lord will be cut off from the community. No matter where you live, you must never consume the blood of any bird or animal. Anyone who consumes blood will be cut off from the community. Then the Lord said to Moses, give the following instructions to the people of Israel. When you present a peace offering to the Lord, bring part of it as a gift to the Lord. Present it to the Lord with your own hands as a special gift to the Lord. Bring the fat of the animal together with the breast and lift up the breast as a special offering to the Lord. Then the priest will burn the fat on the altar, but the breast will belong to Aaron and his descendants. Give the right thigh of your peace offering to the priest as a gift. The right thigh must always be given to the priest who offers the blood and the fat of the peace offering. For I have reserved the breast of the special offering and the right thigh of the sacred offering for the priest. It is the permanent right of Aaron and his descendants to share in the peace offerings brought by the people of Israel. This is their rightful share. The special gifts presented to the Lord have been reserved for Aaron and his descendants from the time they were set apart to serve the Lord as priests. On the day they were anointed, the Lord commanded the Israelites to give these portions to the priests as their permanent share from generation to generation. These are the instructions for the burnt offering, the grain offering, the sin offering, and the guilt offering, as well as the ordination offering and the peace offering. The Lord gave these instructions to Moses on Mount Sinai when he commanded the Israelites to present their offerings to the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. Then the Lord said to Moses, bring Aaron and his sons along with their sacred garments, the anointing oil, the bowl for the sin offering, the 2 rams, and the basket of bread made without yeast, and called the entire community of Israel together at the entrance of the tabernacle. So Moses followed the Lord's instructions, and the whole community assembled at the tabernacle entrance. Moses announced to them, "This is what the Lord has commanded us to do." Then he presented Aaron and his sons and washed them with water. He put the official tunic on Aaron and tied the sash around his waist. He dressed him in the robe, placed the ephod on him, and attached the ephod securely with its decorative sash. Then Moses placed the chest piece on Aaron and put the Urim and the Thummim inside it. He placed a turban on Aaron's head and attached the gold medallion, the badge of holiness, to the front of the turban, just as the Lord had commanded him. Then Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and everything in it, making them holy. He sprinkled the oil on the altar 7 times, anointing it and all of its utensils, as well as the wash basin and its stand, making them holy. Then he poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head, anointing him and making him holy for his work. Next, Moses presented Aaron's sons. He clothed them in their tunics, tied their sashes around them, and put their special head coverings on them, just as the Lord had commanded him. Then Moses presented the bull for the sin offering. Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the bull's head, and Moses slaughtered it. Moses took some of the blood and with his finger he put it on the 4 horns of the altar to purify it. He poured out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. Through this process, he made the altar holy by purifying it. Then Moses took all the fat around the internal organs, the long lobe of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat around them, and he burned it all on the altar. He took the rest of the bull, including its hide, meat, and dung, and he burned it on a fire outside the camp, just as the Lord had commanded him. Then Moses presented the ram for a burnt offering. Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the ram's head, and Moses slaughtered it. Then Moses took the ram's blood and splattered it against all sides of the altar. Then he cut the ram into pieces, and he burned the head, some of its pieces, the fat on the altar. After washing the internal organs and the legs with water, Moses burned the entire ram on the altar as a burnt offering. It was a pleasing aroma, a special gift presented to the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded him. Then Moses presented the other ram, which was the ram of ordination. Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the ram's head, and Moses slaughtered it. Then Moses took some of its blood and applied it to the lobe of Aaron's right ear, the thumb of his right hand, and the big toe of his right foot. Next, Moses presented Aaron's sons and applied some of the blood to the lobes of their right ears, the thumbs of their right hands, and the big toes of their right feet. He then splattered the rest of the blood against all sides of the altar. Next, Moses took the fat, including the fat of the broad tail, the fat around the internal organs, and the lobe of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat around them, along with the right thigh. On top of these, he placed a thin cake of bread made without yeast, a cake of bread mixed with olive oil, and a wafer spread with olive oil. All these were taken from the basket of bread made without yeast that was placed in the Lord's presence. He put all these in the hands of Aaron and his sons, and he lifted them up as a special offering to the Lord. Moses then took all the offerings back from them and burned them on the altar on top of the burnt offering. This was the ordination offering. It was a pleasing aroma, a special gift presented to the Lord. Then Moses took the breast and lifted it up as a special offering to the Lord. This was Moses' portion of the ram of ordination, just as the Lord had commanded him. Next, Moses took some of the anointing oil and some of the blood that was on the altar, and he sprinkled them on Aaron in his garments, and on his sons in their garments. In this way he made Aaron and his sons and their garments holy. Then Moses said to Aaron and his sons, boil the remaining meat of the offerings at the tabernacle entrance, and eat it there, along with the bread that is in the basket of offerings for the ordination, just as I commanded when I said, Aaron and his sons will eat it. Any meat or bread that is left over must then be burned up. You must not leave the tabernacle entrance for 7 days, for that is when the ordination ceremony will be completed. Everything we have done today was commanded by the Lord in order to purify you, making you right with him. Now stay at the entrance of the tabernacle day and night for 7 days and do everything the Lord requires. If you fail to do this, you will die, for this is what the Lord has commanded. So Aaron and his sons did everything the Lord had commanded through Moses. Chapter 9. After the ordination ceremony on the 8th day, Moses called together Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel. And he said to Aaron, take a young bull for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering, both without defects, and present them to the Lord. Then tell all the Israelites, take a male goat for a sin offering, and place a calf and a lamb, both a year old and without defect, for a burnt offering. Also, take a bull and a ram for a peace offering, and flour moistened with olive oil for a grain offering. Present all these offerings to the Lord, because the Lord will appear to you today. So the people presented all these things at the entrance of the tabernacle, just as Moses had commanded. Then the whole community came forward and stood before the Lord. And Moses said, this is what the Lord has commanded you to do, so that the glory of the Lord may appear to you. Then Moses said to Aaron, come to the altar and sacrifice your sin offerings and your burnt offering to purify yourself and the people. Then present the offering of the people to purify them, making them right with the Lord, just as he commanded. So Aaron went to the altar and slaughtered the calf as a sin offering for himself. His sons brought him the blood, and he dipped his finger in it and put it on the horns of the altar. He poured out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. Then he burned on the altar the fat, the kidneys, and the long lobe of the liver from the sin offering, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. The meat and the hide, however, he burned outside the camp. Next, Aaron slaughtered the animal for the burnt offerings. His sons brought him the blood, and he splattered it against all sides of the altar. Then they handed him each piece of the burnt offering, including the head, and he burned them on the altar. Then he washed the internal organs and the legs and burned them on the altar along with the rest of the burnt offering. Next, Aaron presented the offerings of the people. He slaughtered the people's goat, and he presented it as an offering for their sin, just as he had first done with the offering for his own sin. Then he presented the burnt offering and sacrificed it in the prescribed way. He also presented the grain offering, burning a handful of the flour mixture on the altar, in addition to the regular burnt offering for the morning. Then Aaron slaughtered the bull and the ram for the people's peace offering. His sons brought him the blood, and he splattered it against all sides of the altar. Then he took the fat of the bull and the ram, the fat of the broadtail, and from around the internal organs, along with the kidneys and the long lobes of the livers. He placed these fat portions on top of the breasts of these animals and burned them on the altar. Aaron then lifted up the breasts and right thighs as a special offering to the Lord, just as Moses had commanded. After that, Aaron raised his hands toward the people and blessed them. Then, after presenting the sin offering, the burnt offering, and the peace offering, he stepped down from the altar. Then Moses and Aaron went to the tabernacle, and when they came back out, they blessed the people again, and the glory of the Lord appeared to the whole community. Fire blazed forth from the Lord's presence and consume the burnt offering and the fat on the altar. When the people saw this, they shouted with joy and fell down, face down, on the ground. Aaron's sons Nadab and Abihu put coals of fire in their incense burners and sprinkled incense over them. In this way they disobeyed the Lord by burning before him the wrong kind of fire, different than he had commanded. So fire blazed forth from the Lord's presence and burned them up, and they died there before the Lord. Then Moses said to Aaron, "This is what the Lord meant when he said, 'I will display my holiness through those who come near me. I will display my glory before all the people.'" Then Moses called for Mishael and Elzaphan, Aaron's cousins, and sons of Aaron's uncle Uzziel. He said to them, "Come forward and carry away the bodies of your relatives from in front of the sanctuary to a place outside the camp." So they came forward and picked them up by their garments and carried them out of the camp, just as Moses had commanded. Then Moses said to Aaron and his sons Eleazar and Ithamar, "Do not show grief by leaving your hair uncombed or by tearing your clothes. If you do, you will die, and the Lord's anger will strike the whole community of Israel. However, the rest of the Israelites, your relatives, may mourn because of the Lord's fiery destruction of Nadab and Abihu. But you must not leave the entrance of the tabernacle, or you will die, for you have been anointed with the Lord's anointing oil." So they did just as Moses commanded. Then the Lord said to Aaron, "You and your descendants must never drink wine or any other alcoholic drink before going into the tabernacle. If you do, you will die. This is a permanent law for you, and it must be observed from generation to generation. You must distinguish between what is sacred and what is common, between what is ceremonially unclean and what is clean. And you must teach the Israelites all the decrees that the Lord has given them through Moses." Then Moses said to Aaron and his remaining sons, Eleazar and Ithamar, "Take what is left of the grain offering after a portion has been presented as a special gift to the Lord, and eat it beside the altar. Make sure it contains no yeast, for it is most holy. You must eat it in a sacred place, for it has been given to you and your descendants as your portion of the special gifts presented to the Lord. These are the commands I have been given. But the breast and thigh that were lifted up as a special offering may be eaten in any place that is ceremonially clean. These parts have been given to you and your descendants as your portion of the peace offering presented by the people of Israel. You must lift up the thigh and breast as a special offering to the Lord, along with the fat of the special gift. These parts will belong to you and your descendants as your permanent right, just as the Lord has commanded." Moses then asked them what had happened to the goat of the sin offering. When he discovered it had been burned up, he became very angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, Aaron's remaining sons. "Why didn't you eat the sin offering in the sacred area?" he demanded. "It's a holy offering. The Lord has given it to you to remove the guilt of the community and to purify the people, making them right with the Lord. Since the animal's blood was not brought to the holy place, you should have eaten the meat in the sacred area as I ordered you." Then Aaron answered Moses, "Today my sons presented both their sin offering and their burnt offering to the Lord, and yet this tragedy has happened to me. If I had eaten the people's sin offering on such a tragic day as this, would the Lord have been pleased?" And when Moses heard this, he was satisfied. Chapter 11. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Give the following instructions to the people of Israel. Of all the land animals, these are the ones you may use for food. You may eat any animal that has completely split hooves and chews the cud. You may not, however, eat the following animals that have split hooves or that chew the cud, but not both. That camel chews the cud, but does not have split hooves, so it is ceremonially unclean for you. The hyrax chews the cud, but does not have split hooves, so it is unclean. The hare chews the cud, but does not have split hooves, so it is unclean. The pig has evenly split hooves, but does not chew the cud, so it is unclean. You may not eat the meat of these animals, or even touch their carcasses. They are ceremonially unclean for you. Of all the marine animals, these are the ones you may use for food. You may eat anything from the water if it has both fins and scales, whether taken from salt water or from streams. But you must never eat animals from the sea or from rivers that do not have both fins and scales. They are detestable to you. This applies both to little creatures that live in shallow water and to all creatures that live in deep water. They will always be detestable to you. You must never eat their meat or even touch their dead bodies. Any marine animal that does not have both fins and scales is detestable to you. These are the birds that are detestable to you. You must never eat them. The griffin vulture, the bearded vulture, the black vulture, the kite, falcons of all kinds, ravens of all kinds, the eagle, owl, the short-eared owl, the seagull, hawks of all kinds, the little owl, the cormorant, the great owl, the barn owl, the desert owl, the Egyptian vulture, the stork, herons of all kinds, the hoopoe, and the bat. You must not eat winged insects that walk along the ground. They are detestable to you. You may, however, eat winged insects that walk along the ground and have jointed legs so they can jump. The insects you are permitted to eat include all kinds of locusts, bald locusts, crickets, and grasshoppers. All other winged insects that walk along the ground are detestable to you. The following creatures will make you ceremonially unclean. If any of you touch their carcass, you will be defiled until evening. If you pick up their carcasses, you must wash your clothes, and you will remain defiled until evening. Any animal that has split hooves that are not evenly divided, or that does not chew the cud, is unclean for you. If you touch the carcass of such an animal, you will be defiled. Of the animals that walk on all fours, those that have paws are unclean. If you touch the carcass of such an animal, you will be defiled until evening. If you pick up his carcass, you must wash your clothes, and you will remain defiled until evening. These animals are unclean for you. Of the small animals that scurry along the ground, these are unclean for you. The mole rat, the rat, large lizards of all kinds, the gecko, the monitor lizard, the common lizard, the sand lizard, and the chamelon. All these animals are unclean for you. If any of you touch the dead body of such an animal, you will be defiled until evening. If such an animal dies and falls on something, that object will be unclean. This is true whether the object is made of wood, cloth, leather, or burlap. Whatever its use, you must dip it in water, and it will remain defiled until evening. After that, it will be ceremonially clean and may be used again. If such an animal falls into a clay pot, everything in the pot will be defiled, and the pot must be smashed. If the water from such a container spills on any food, the food will be defiled, and any beverage in such a container will be defiled. Any object on which a carcass of such an animal falls will be defiled. If it is an oven or earth, it must be destroyed, for it is defiled, and you must treat it accordingly. However, if the carcass of such an animal falls into a spring or a cistern, the water will still be clean, but anyone who touches the carcass will be defiled. If the carcass falls on seed grain to be planted in the field, the seed will still be considered clean. But if the seed is wet when the carcass falls on it, the seed will be defiled. If an animal you are permitted to eat dies and you touch his carcass, you will be defiled until evening. If you eat any of its meat or carry away its carcass, you must wash your clothes, and you will remain defiled until evening. All small animals that scurry along the ground are detestable, and you must never eat them. This includes all animals that slither along on their bellies, as well as those with 4 legs and those with many feet. All such animals that scurry along the ground are detestable, and you must never eat them. Do not defile yourselves by touching them. You must not make yourselves ceremonially unclean because of them. For I am the Lord your God. You must consecrate yourselves and be holy, because I am holy. So do not defile yourselves, with any of these small animals that scurry along the ground. For I, the Lord, am the one who brought you from the land of Egypt, that I might be your God. Therefore, you must be holy, because I am holy. These are the instructions regarding land animals, birds, marine creatures, and animals that scurry along the ground. By these instructions, you will know what is unclean and clean, and which animals may be eaten and which may not be eaten.
Chapter 12. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, saying, When a woman gives birth and bears a male child, then she shall be unclean for 7 days, as in the days of her menstruation. She shall be unclean. And on the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. Then she shall remain in the blood of her purification for 33 days, and she shall not touch any consecrated thing, nor enter the sanctuary until the days of her purification are completed. But if she bears a female child, then she shall be unclean for 2 weeks, as in her menstruation, and she shall remain in the blood of her purification for 66 days. And when the days of her purification are completed, for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring to the priest at the doorway of the tent of meeting a 1-year-old lamb for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or turtle dove for a sin offering. Then he shall offer it before the Lord, and make atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the flow of her blood. This is the law for her who bears a child, whether a male or a female. But if she cannot afford a lamb, then she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, the one for a burnt offering, and the other for a sin offering. For the priest shall make atonement for her, and she shall be clean. Then the Lord spoke to, chapter 13. Then the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, When a man has on the skin of his body a swelling of scab or bright spot, and it becomes an infection of leprosy on the skin of his body, then he shall be brought to Aaron the priest, or to one of the sons of the priest, and the priest shall look at the mark on the skin of the body, and if the hair in the infection has turned white, and the infection appears to be deeper than the skin of the body, it is an infection of leprosy. When the priest has looked at him, he shall pronounce him unclean. But if the bright spot is white on the skin of his body, and it does not appear to be deeper than the skin, and the hair on it has not turned white, then the priest shall isolate him who has the infection for 7 days, and the priest shall look at him on the 7th day. And if in his eyes the infection has not changed, and the infection has not spread on the skin, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 more days. And the priest shall look at him again on the 7th day. And if the infection has faded, and the mark has not spread on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is only a scab, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scab spreads farther on the skin after he has shown himself to the priest of his cleansing, he shall appear again to the priest. And the priest shall look, and if the scab has spread on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is leprosy. When the infection of leprosy is on a man, then he shall be brought to the priest. The priest shall then look, and if there is a white swelling in the skin, and it has turned the hair white, and there is a quick raw flesh in the swelling, it is a chronic leprosy on the skin of his body. And the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and he shall not isolate him, for he is unclean. And if the leprosy breaks out farther on the skin, and the leprosy covers all the skin of him who has the infection from his head even to his feet, as far as the priest can see, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the leprosy has covered all of his body, he shall pronounce him clean him who has the infection. It is all turned white, and he is clean. But whenever raw flesh appears on him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall look at the raw flesh, and he shall pronounce him unclean. The raw flesh is unclean, it is leprosy. Or if the raw flesh turns again and is changed to white, and then he shall come to the priest, and the priest shall look at him, and behold, if the infection has turned to white, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. Him who has the infection, he is clean. And when the body has a boil on its skin, and it is healed, and in the place of the boil there is a white swelling on the reddish white bright spot, then it shall be shown to the priest. And the priest shall look, and behold, if it appears to be lower than the skin, and the hair on it has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the infection of leprosy. It is broken out in the boil. But if the priest looks at it, and behold, there is no white hair in it, and it is not lower than the skin, and is faded, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 days. And if it spreads farther on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is an infection. But if the bright spot remains in its place and does not spread, it is only the scar of the boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or if the body sustains in its skin a burn by fire, and the raw flesh of the burn becomes a bright spot, reddish white or white, then the priest shall look at it. And if the hair in the bright spot is turned white, and appears to be deeper than the skin, it is leprosy. It is broken out in the burn. Therefore, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is an infection of leprosy. But if the priest looks at it, and indeed there is no white hair in the bright spot, and it is no deeper than the skin, but is dim, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 days. And the priest shall look at him on the 7th day. If it spread farther in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is an infection of leprosy. But if the bright spot remains in its place, and is not spread in the skin, but is dim, it is the swelling from the burn, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is only the scar of the burn. Now, if a man or woman has an infection on the head or on the beard, then the priest shall look at the infection, and if it appears to be deeper than the skin, and there is thin yellowish hair in it, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a scale, it is leprosy of the head or of the beard. But if the priest looks at the infection of the scale, and indeed it appears to be no deeper than the skin, and there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall isolate the person with scaly infection for 7 days. And on the 7th day, the priest shall look at the infection, and if the scale has not spread, and no yellowish hair has grown in it, and the appearance of the scale is no deeper than the skin, then he shall shave himself. But he shall not shave the scale, and the priest shall isolate the person with the scale 7 more days. Then on the 7th day, the priest shall look at the scale, and if the scale has not spread in the skin, and it appears to be no deeper than the skin, the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scale spreads farther in the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall look at him, and if the scale has spread in the skin, the priest need not seek for the yellowish hair, he is unclean. If in his sight the scale has remained, however, and the black hair has grown in it, and the scale has healed, he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. And when a man or a woman has bright spots on the skin of his body, even white bright spots, then the priest shall look, and if the bright spots of the skin of the body are faint white, it is eczema that has broken out on the skin. He is clean. Now, if a man loses the hair of his head, he is bald, he is clean. And if his head becomes bald at the front and sides, he is bald on the forehead, he is clean. But if on the bald head or the bald forehead there occurs a reddish white infection, it is leprosy breaking out on his bald head or on his bald forehead. Then the priest shall look at him, and if the swelling of the infection is reddish white on his bald head or his bald forehead, like the appearance of leprosy in the skin of the body, he is a leprous man, he is unclean. The priest shall surely pronounce him unclean. His infection is on his head. As for the leper who has the infection, his clothes shall be torn, the hair of his head shall be uncovered, and he shall cover his mustache and cry, unclean, unclean. He shall remain unclean all the days during which he has the infection. He is unclean. He shall live alone. His dwelling shall be outside the camp. When the garment has a mark of leprosy in it, whether it's a wool garment or a linen garment, whether in wrap or wool, or linen or wool, whether in leather or in any article made of leather, if the mark is greenish or reddish in the garment, or in the leather, or in the wrap, or in the wool, or in the article of leather, it is a leprous mark, and shall be shown to the priest. Then the priest shall look at the mark, and shall quarantine the article with the mark for 7 days. He shall then look at the mark on the 7th day. If the mark has spread in the garment, whether in wrap or in wool, or the leather, whatever, the purpose for which the leather is used, the mark is leprous, malignancy, it is unclean. So he shall burn the garment, whether the wrap or the wool, and the linen, or any article of leather in which the mark occurs, for it is leprous, malignancy, it shall be burned in the fire. But if the priest shall look, and indeed the mark has not spread in the garment, either in the wrap or in the wool, or in any article of leather, then the priest shall order him to wash the thing in which the mark occurs. It shall he shall quarantine it for 7 more days. After the article with the mark has been washed, and the priest shall again look, and if the mark has not changed its appearance, even though the mark has not spread, it is unclean. You shall burn it in the fire, whether an eating away has produced carcass on the top or on the front of it. Then if the priest shall look, and if the mark is faded after it has been washed, then he shall tear it out of the garment or out of the leather, whether from the wrap or from the wool. And if it appears again in the garment, whether in the wrap or in the woof or in any article of the leather, it is an outbreak. The article with the mark shall be burned in fire. And the garment, whether the wrap or the woof or any article of leather from which the mark has departed when you washed it, shall then be washed a second time and shall be clean. This is the law for the mark of leprosy in the garment of wool or linen, whether in the wrap or in the wool or in any article of leather, for pronouncing it clean or unclean. Chapter 14. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This shall be the law of the leper in the day of cleansing. Now he shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall go out to the outside of the camp. Thus the priest shall look, and if the infection of leprosy has been healed in the leper, then the priest shall give orders to take 2 live clean birds and cedar wood and a scarlet string and hyssop from one who is to be cleansed. The priest shall also give orders to slay the one bird in an earthenware vessel over running water. As for the live bird, he shall take it together with the cedar wood and the scarlet string and the hyssop, and shall dip them and the live bird in the blood of the bird that was slain over the running water. He shall then sprinkle 7 times the one who is to be cleansed from the leprosy, and shall pronounce him clean. And he shall let the live bird go free over the open field. The one to be cleansed shall then wash his clothes, shave off his hair, and bathe in water, and be clean. Now afterward he may enter the camp, but he shall stay outside his tent for 7 days. And it shall be on the 7th day that he shall shave off his hair, all his hair. He shall shave his head, and his beard, and his eyebrows, even all his hair. He shall then wash his clothes, and bathe his body in water, and be clean. Now on the 8th day he is to take 2 male lambs without defect, and a yearling ewe lamb without defect, and 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour, mixed with oil for a grain offering, and 1 log of oil. And the priest who pronounces him clean shall present the man to be cleansed, and the aforesaid before the Lord at the doorway of the tent of the meeting. Then the priest shall take the 1 male lamb and bring it for a guilt offering with a log of oil, and present them as a wave offering before the Lord. Now he shall slaughter the male lamb in the place where they slaughtered the sin offering and the burnt offering at the place of the sanctuary for the guilt offering. Like the sin offering belonged to the priest, it is most holy. The priest shall then take some of the blood of the guilt offering, and the priest shall put it on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the toe of his right foot. The priest shall also take some of the log of oil and pour it into his left palm. The priest shall then dip his right hand finger into the oil that is in his left palm, and with his finger sprinkle some of the oil 7 times before the Lord. And of the remaining oil which is in his palm, the priest shall put some on the right ear, lobe of one to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, on the blood of the guilt offering. While the rest of the oil that is in the priest's palm, he shall put on the head of one to be cleansed. So the priest shall make atonement on his behalf before the Lord. The priest shall next offer the sin offering, and make atonement for the one to be cleansed in his uncleanliness. Then afterwards he shall slaughter the burnt offering, and the priest shall offer up the burnt offering and the grain offering on the altar. Thus the priest shall make atonement for him, and he shall be clean. But if he is poor, and his means are insufficient, then he is to take 1 male lamb for a guilt offering as a wave offering to make atonement for him, and the 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering, and a log of oil. And the 2 turtle doves are 2 young pigeons which are within his means. The one shall be a sin offering, the other a burnt offering. Then the 8th day he shall bring him for his cleansing to the priest at the doorway of the tent of meeting before the Lord. And the priest shall take the lamb of guilt offering and the log of oil, and the priest shall offer them for a wave offering before the Lord. Then he shall slaughter the lamb of the guilt offering, and the priest is to take some of the blood of the guilt offering and put it on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. Then the priest shall also pour some of the oil into the left palm, and with his right hand finger, the priest shall sprinkle some of the oil that is in his left palm 7 times before the Lord. The priest shall then put some of the oil that is in the palm on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, on the place of blood of guilt offerings. Moreover, the rest of the oil that is in the priest's palm he shall put on the head of the one to be cleansed, to make atonement on his behalf before the Lord. He shall then offer one of the turtle doves or young pigeons which are within his means. He shall offer what he can afford, one for the sin offering, the other for the burnt offering, together with grain offerings. So the priest shall make atonement before the Lord on behalf of the one to be cleansed. This is the law for him in whom there is an infection of leprosy, whose means are limited for his cleansing. The Lord further spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, when you enter the land of Canaan, which I give you for possession, and put a mark of leprosy on a house in the land of your possession, then the one who owns the house shall come and tell the priest, saying something like, a mark of leprosy has become visible to me in the house. The priest shall then order that they empty the house before the priest goes in to look at the mark, so that everything in the house need not become unclean. And afterward the priest shall go in to look at the house. So he shall look at the mark, and if the mark on the walls of the house has greenish or reddish depressions, or appears deeper than the surface, then the priest shall come out of the house in the doorway and quarantine the house for 7 days. And the priest shall return on the 7th day and make an inspection. If the mark is indeed spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall order them to tear out the stones with the mark in them, and throw them away at an unclean place outside the city. And he shall have the house scraped all around inside, and they shall dump the plaster, and they shall scrape off at an unclean place outside the city. Then they shall take other stones and replace those stones, and he shall take some other plaster and replaster the house. If, however, the mark breaks out again in the house after he has torn out the stones and scraped the house, and after he has been replastered, then the priest shall come in and make an inspection. If he sees that the mark is indeed spread in the house, and it is a malignant mark in the house, it is unclean. He shall therefore tear down the house, its stones, its timbers, all the plaster of the house, and he shall take them outside the city to an unclean place. Moreover, whoever goes into the house during the time that he is quarantined, it becomes unclean until evening. Likewise, whoever lies down in the house shall wash his clothes, and whoever eats in the house shall wash his clothes. If, on the other hand, the priest comes in and makes an inspection, and the mark is not indeed spread in the house after the house has been replastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, because the mark has not reappeared. To cleanse the house, then, he shall take 2 birds, cedar wood, and a scarlet string, and hyssop. And he shall slaughter the bird in an earthenware vessel over running water. Then he shall take the cedar wood and the hyssop and the scarlet string with the live bird, and dip them in blood of the slain bird, as well as in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. He shall thus cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, with the running water, along with the live bird, and with the cedar wood, and with hyssop, and with scarlet string. However, he shall let the live bird go free outside the city into the open field. So he shall make atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the law for any mark of leprosy, even for a scale, and for the leprosy garment or house, and for a swelling, and for a scab, and for a bright spot, and teach that when they are unclean and when they are clean. This is the law of leprosy. Chapter 15. The Lord also spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, speak to the sons of Israel, and say to them, when any man has a discharge from his body, his discharge is unclean. This moreover shall be his uncleanliness in the discharge. It is uncleanliness whether his body allows its discharge to flow, or whether his body obstructs its discharge. Every bed on which the person with the discharge lies becomes unclean, and everything on which he sits becomes unclean. Anyone, moreover, who touches his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe in water, and be unclean until evening. And whoever sits on the thing on which the man with the discharge has been sitting shall wash his clothes and bathe in water, and be unclean until evening. Also, whoever touches the person with the discharge shall wash his clothes and bathe in water, and be unclean until evening. Or if the man with the discharge spits on one who is clean, he shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And every saddle on which the person with the undischarged rides becomes unclean. Whoever then touches any of the things which were under him shall be unclean until evening. And he who carries them shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. Likewise, whomever the one with the discharge touches, without having rinsed his hands in water, shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. However, an earthenware vessel which the person with the discharge touches shall be broken, and every wooden vessel shall be rinsed in water. Now, when a man with a discharge becomes cleansed from his discharge, then he shall count off for himself 7 days for his cleansing. He shall then wash his clothes and bathe his body in running water, and shall become clean. Then on the 8th day he shall take for himself 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and come before the Lord to the doorway of the tent of meeting, and give them to the priest. And the priest shall offer them, one for a sin offering, one for a burnt offering, so the priest shall make atonement on his behalf before the Lord because of his discharge. Now if a man has seminal emission, he shall bathe all his body in water and be unclean until evening. As for any garment or any leather on which there is a seminal emission, it shall be washed with water and be unclean until evening. If a man lies with a woman so that there is a seminal emission, they shall both bathe in water and be unclean until evening. When a woman has discharge, if her discharge in her body is blood, she shall continue in her menstrual impurity for 7 days. Whoever touches her shall be unclean until evening. Everything also on which she lies during her menstrual impurity shall be unclean, and everything on which she sits shall be unclean. And anyone who touches her bed shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And whoever touches anything on which she sits shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. Whether it be on the bed or on the thing in which she is sitting, when he touches it, he shall be unclean until evening. And if a man actually lies with her, so that her menstrual impurity is on him, he shall be unclean for 7 days, and every bed on which he lies shall be unclean. Now if a woman has a discharge of her blood many days, not at the period of her menstrual impurity, or if she has a discharge beyond that period, all days of her impure discharge which she shall continue, as through in her menstrual impurity she is unclean. Any bed on which she lies all the days of discharge shall be like her bed at menstruation, and every thing on which she sits shall be unclean, like her uncleanliness at that time. Likewise, whoever touches them shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes and bathe in water, and be unclean until evening. When she becomes clean from her discharge, she shall count off for herself 7 days, and afterwards she shall be clean. Then on the 8th day she shall take for herself 2 turtle doves and 2 young pigeons, bring them into the priest at the doorway of the tent of the meeting. The priest shall offer one for a sin offering, the other for a burnt offering. So the priest shall make atonement on her behalf before the Lord because of her impure discharge. Thus you shall keep the sons of Israel separated from their uncleanliness, lest they die in their uncleanliness by the defiling my tabernacle, that it is among them. This is the law for the one with the discharge, and for the man who has seminal emission, so that he is unclean by it, and for the woman who is ill because of menstrual impurity, and for one who has discharge, whether male or female, for a man who lies with an unclean woman. Chapter 16. Now the Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron, when they had approached the presence of the Lord and died. And the Lord said to Moses, tell your brother Aaron that he shall not enter at any time in the holy place inside the veil before the mercy seat, which is on the ark, lest he die. For I will appear in the cloud over the mercy seat. Aaron shall enter the holy place with a bull for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen tunic, and the linen undergarments shall next to his body. He shall be girded with a linen sash, and attired with linen turban. There are holy garments. Then he shall bathe his body in water and put them on. And he shall take from the congregations of the sons of Israel the 2 male goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. Then Aaron shall offer the bull for the sin offering, which it is for himself, and he shall make atonement for himself and for his household. And he shall take 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the doorway of the tent of the meeting. And Aaron shall cast lots for the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord, the other lot for the scapegoat. Then Aaron shall offer the goat on which the lot of the Lord fell, and make it a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot for the scapegoat fell shall be presented alive before the Lord to make atonement upon it, to send it into the wilderness as a scapegoat. Then Aaron shall offer the bull of the sin offering, which for himself, and make atonement for himself and for his household, and he shall slaughter the bull of the sin offering, which is for himself. And he shall take a pan full of coals of fire upon the altar before the Lord, and 2 handfuls of finely ground sweet incense, and bring them inside into the veil. And he shall put the incense on the fire before the Lord, that the cloud of incense may cover the mercy seat that is on the ark of testimony, lest he die. Moreover, he shall take some of the blood of the bull and sprinkle it with his finger on the mercy seat on the east side. Also in front of the mercy seat he shall sprinkle some of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then he shall slaughter the goat of the sin offering, which is for the people, and bring its blood inside the veil, and do with its blood as he did with the blood of the bull, and sprinkle it on the mercy seat, and in front of the mercy seat. And he shall make atonement for the holy place because of the impurities of the sons of Israel, and because of their transgressions, in regard to all their sins. And thus he shall do for the tent of meeting, which abides with him in the midst of their impurities. When he goes in to make atonement in the holy place, no one shall be in the tent of meeting until he comes out, that he may make atonement for himself and for his household and for all the assembly of Israel. Then he shall go out to the altar that is before the Lord and make atonement for him, and shall take some of the blood of the bull and of the blood of the goat, and put it on the horns of the altar on all sides. And with his finger he shall sprinkle some of the blood on it 7 times, and cleanse it from all impurities of the sons of Israel, shall consecrate it. When he finishes atoning for the holy place, and the tent of meeting, and the altar, he shall offer the live goat. Then Aaron shall lay both of his hands on the head of the goat, and confess over it all the iniquities of the sons of Israel, and all their transgressions in regard to all their sins. And he shall lay them on the head of the goat, and send it away in the wilderness by the hand of a man who stands in readiness. And the goat shall bear on itself all their iniquities to a solitary land, and he shall release the goat in the wilderness. Then Aaron shall come into the tent of meeting, and take off the linen garments which he put on him when he went into the holy place, and he shall leave them there. He shall bathe his body with water in a holy place, and put on his clothes, and come forth and offer his burnt offerings and burnt offerings of the people, and make atonement for himself and for people. Then he shall offer up in the smoke and the fat of the sin offering on the altar. And one who released the goat as a scapegoat shall wash his clothes and bathe his body with water. Then afterwards he shall come into the camp. But the bull of the sin offering and the goat of the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make atonement to the holy place, shall be taken outside the camp, and they shall burn their hides and their flesh and their refuse in the fire. Then the one who burns them shall wash his clothes and bathe his body with water. Then afterwards he shall come in to the camp. And this shall be a permanent statute for you. In the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall humble your souls, and not do any work, whether the native or the alien who sojourns among you. For it is on this day that atonement shall be made for you, to cleanse you. You shall be clean from all your sins before the Lord. It is to be the Sabbath of the solemn rest for you. You may humble your souls. It is a permanent statute. So the priest who is anointed and ordained to serve as priest in his father's place shall make atonement. He shall thus put on the linen garment, the holy garments, and make atonement for the whole sanctuary. He shall make atonement for the tent of meeting and for the altar. He shall also make atonement for the priest and for all the people of the assembly. Now you shall have this as a permanent statute, to make atonement for the sons of Israel for all their sins once every year, just as the Lord has commanded Moses. So he did. When the Lord spoke, chapter 17, when the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron, to his sons, and to all the sons of Israel, and say to them, This is what the Lord has commanded, saying, Any man from the house of Israel who slaughters an ox, or a lamb, or a goat in the camp, or who slaughters it outside the camp, and has not brought it to the doorway of the tent of the meeting to present it an offering to the Lord, before the tabernacle of the Lord, the blood guiltiness is to be reckoned to that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. The reason is so that the sons of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they were sacrificing in the open field, that they may bring them into the Lord at the doorway of the tent of the meeting, to the priest, to sacrifice them as sacrifices of peace offerings to the Lord. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood on the altar of the Lord at the doorway of the tent of the meeting, and offer up the fat and smoke as a soothing aroma to the Lord. They shall no longer sacrifice their sacrifices to goats, demons, with which they play the harlot. They shall be a permanent statute to them throughout their generations. Then you shall say to them, Any man from the house of Israel, or from aliens who sojourn among them, who offer a burnt offering or sacrifice, and does not bring it to the doorway of the tent of meeting to offer it to the Lord, that man also shall be cut off from his people. And any man from the house of Israel, or from aliens who sojourn among them, who eats any blood, I will set my face against that person who eats blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you on the altar to make atonement for your soul, and it is the blood by the reason of life that makes atonement. Therefore I said to the sons of Israel, no person among you may eat blood, or may any alien who sojourns among you eat blood. So when any man from the sons of Israel, or from the aliens who sojourn among them in the hunting catches a beast or a bird, which may be eaten, he shall pour out its blood and cover it with earth. For as for the life of all the flesh, its blood is identified with its life. Therefore I said to the sons of Israel, you are not to eat the blood of any flesh. For the life of all flesh is its blood. Whoever eats it shall be cut off. And when any person eats an animal which dies, or is torn by beast, whether he is native or alien, he shall wash his clothes, bathe in the water, and remain unclean until evening. Then he shall become clean. But if he does not wash him or bathe his body, then he shall bear his guilt. Then the Lord, chapter 18, then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the sons of Israel, and say to them, I am the Lord your God. You shall not do what is done in the land of Egypt, where you live, nor are you to do what is done in the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you. You shall not walk in their statutes. You are not to perform my judgments and keep my statutes, to live in accord with them. I am the Lord your God, so you shall keep my statutes and my judgments, by which a man may live. If he does them, I am the Lord. None of you shall approach any blood relative of his to uncover nakedness. I am the Lord. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, that is the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You are not to uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is your father's nakedness. The nakedness of your sister, either your father's daughter or your mother's daughter, whether born at home or born outside, their nakedness shall not be uncovered. The nakedness of your son's daughter or your daughter's daughter, their nakedness you shall not uncover, and their nakedness is yours. The nakedness of your father's wife, daughter, born to your father, she is your sister, you shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, she is your father's blood relative. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, she is your mother's blood relative. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother. You shall not approach his wife, she is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law, she is your son's wife. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife, it is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman or of her daughter. You shall take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness. They are blood relatives, that is lewdness. And you shall not marry a woman in addition to her sister as a rival while she is alive, to uncover her nakedness. Also, you shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness during her menstrual impurity. You shall not have intercourse with your neighbor's wife to be defiled with her. Neither shall you give any of your offspring to offer them to Moloch, or shall you profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. You shall not lie with a male as one lies with a female. It is an abomination. And you shall not have intercourse with any animal to be defiled with it. Nor shall any woman stand before an animal to mate with it. It is a perversion. Do not defile yourselves by any of these things, for by all these nations which I am casting out before you have become defiled. For the land has become defiled, therefore I have visited its punishment upon it, so the land has spewed out its inhabitants. But as for you, you are to keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not do any of these abominations, neither the native nor the alien who sojourns among you. For the men of the land who have been before you have done all the abominations, and the land has become defiled. So the land may not spew you out, should you defile it, as it has spewed out the nation which has been before you. For whoever does any of these abominations, those persons who do so shall be cut off from among their people. Thus you are to keep my charge, that you do not practice any of the abominable customs which have been practiced before you, so as to defile yourselves with them. I am the Lord your God. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to all the congregations of the sons of Israel, and say to them, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Every one of you shall reverence his mother, his father, and you shall keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. Do not turn to idols, or make for yourselves molten images, gods. I am the Lord your God. Now, when you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord, you shall offer it so that you may be accepted. It shall be eaten the same day you offer it, the next day, but what remains until the third shall be burned with fire. So if it is eaten at all on the third day, it is an offense. It will not be accepted. And everyone who eats it will bear his iniquity, for he has profaned the holy thing of God. And that person shall be cut off from his people. Now, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap to the very corners of your field, neither shall you gather the cleansings of your harvest, nor shall you glean your vineyard, nor shall you gather the fallen fruit of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the needy and for the stranger. I am the Lord your God. You shall not steal, nor falsely, nor lie to another. You shall not swear falsely to my name as to profane the name of the Lord God. I am the Lord. You shall not oppress your neighbor, nor rob him. The wages of a hard man are not to remain with you all night until morning. You shall not curse a deaf man, nor place a stumbling block before the blind, but you shall rever your God. I am the Lord. You shall do no injustice in judgments. You shall not be partial to the poor, nor defer to the great, but you are to judge your neighbor fairly. You shall not go about as a slanderer among your people, and you are not to act against the life of your neighbor. I am the Lord. You shall not hate your fellow countrymen in your heart. You may surely reprove your neighbor, but shall not incur sin because of him. You shall not take vengeance, nor bear any grudge against the sons of the people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. You are to keep my statutes. You will not breed together two kinds of cattle. You shall not sow your field with two kinds of seed, nor wear a garment upon you of two kinds of material mixed together. Now, if a man lies carnally with a woman who is a slave acquired for another man, but who has in no way been redeemed or given her freedom, there shall be punishment. There shall not, however, be put to death because she was not free. And he shall bring his guilt offering to the Lord to the doorway of the tent of meeting, a ram for a guilt offering. The priest shall also make atonement for him with a ram with the guilt offering before the Lord for his sin which he has committed. And the sin which he has committed shall be forgiven him. And when you enter the land and plant all kinds of trees for food, and when you shall count their fruit as forbidden, 3 years it shall be forbidden to you. It shall not be eaten. In the 4th year all the fruit shall be holy, an offering of praise to the Lord. And in the 5th year you are to eat of its fruit, that its yield may increase for you, and I am the Lord your God. You shall not eat anything with blood, nor practice divination or soothsaying. You shall not round off the side growth of your heads, nor harm the edges of your beards. You shall not make any cuts in your body, or for the dead, nor make any tattoo marks on yourselves. I am the Lord. Do not profane your daughter by making her a harlot, so that the land may not fall into the harlotry, and the land become full of lewdness. You shall keep my Sabbath and rever my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Do not turn to mediums or spiritists. Do not seek them out to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. You shall rise up before the gray-headed and honor the aged. You shall rever your God. I am the Lord. When a stranger resides with you in your land, you shall not do to him wrong. The stranger who resides with you shall be to you as a native among you. You shall love him as yourselves, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. You shall do no wrong in the judgment, in the measurement of weight or capacity, and you shall just use just balances and just weights, and just ephah and just hin. And I am the Lord your God who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. You shall thus observe all my statutes, all my ordinances, and do them. I am the Lord. Chapter 20. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, You shall also say to the sons of Israel, any man from the sons of Israel or from the aliens sojourning in Israel, who gives any of his offspring to Molech, shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. I will also set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given some of his offspring to Molech, as defile my sanctuary and to profane my holy name. If the people of the land, however, should never disregard that man when he gives any of his offspring to Molech, so as not to put him to death, then I myself will set my face against that man and against his family, and I will cut off from among their people both him and all those who play the harlot after him by playing the harlot after Molech. As for the person who turns to the mediums and spiritists to play the harlot after them, I will also set my face against that person and will cut them off from among his people. You shall consecrate yourselves therefore to be holy, for I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my statutes and practice them. I am the Lord who sanctifies you. If there is anyone who curses his father or his mother, he shall surely be put to death. He has cursed his father or his mother, or his blood guiltiness is upon him. If there is a man who commits adultery with another man's wife, one who commits adultery with his friend's wife, the adultery and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. If there is a man who lies with his father's wife, he has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall be surely put to death. If there is anyone who curses his father or mother, he shall surely be put to death, for he has cursed his father, for his mother and his blood guiltiness is upon him. If there is a man who commits adultery with another man's wife, who commits adultery with his friend's wife, the adulteress shall surely be put to death. If there is a man who lies with his father's wife, he has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them surely shall be put to death, and their blood guiltiness is upon them. If there's a man who lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. If they have committed incest, their blood guiltiness is upon them. If there is a man who lies with a male, as those who lie with a woman, both of them have committed a detestable act, they shall surely be put to death. Their blood guiltiness is upon them. If there's a man who marries a woman and her mother, it is immorality. Both he and they shall be burned with fire, that there may be no immorality in their midst. And if there's a man who lies with an animal, he shall surely be put to death. You shall also kill the animal. If there is a woman who approaches any animal to mate with it, you shall kill the woman and the animal. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood guiltiness is upon them. If there is a man who takes his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, so that he sees her nakedness and she sees his nakedness, it is a disgrace, and they shall be cut off in the sight of the sons of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness, he bears his guilt. If there is a man who lies with a menstruous woman and uncovers her nakedness, he has laid bare her flow, and she has exposed the flow of her blood. Thus both of them shall be cut off from among the people. You shall also not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, or of your father's sister, or such a one has made naked his blood relative. They shall bear their guilt. If there is a man who lies with his uncle's wife, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness, and they shall bear their sin. They shall die childless. If there is a man who takes his brother's wife, it is abhorrent. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness, they shall be childless. You are therefore to keep all my statutes and my ordinances and do them, so that the land to which I am bringing you to live will not spew you out. Moreover, you shall not follow the customs of the nations which I shall drive out before you, for they did all these things, and therefore I have abhorred them. Hence I have said to you, you are to possess their land, and I myself will give it to you. Possess it, land flowing with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God, who has separated you from the peoples. You are therefore to make a distinction between clean animal and unclean, between unclean bird and clean, and you shall take yourselves detestable by animal or by bird or by anything that creeps on the ground, which I have separated for you as unclean. Thus you are to be holy to me, for I am the Lord, am holy, and I have set you apart from people to be mine. Now a man or a woman who is a medium or spiritus shall surely be put to death. They shall be stoned with stones. Their blood guiltiness is upon them. Chapter 21. Then the Lord said to Moses, speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron, say to them, no one shall defile himself for a dead person among his people, except for his relatives who are nearest to him, his mother and his father and his son and his daughter and his brother. Also for his virgin sister who is near to him, because she has no husband. For her he may defile himself. He shall not defile himself as a relative by marriage among his people, and so profane himself. They shall not make any baldness on their heads, nor shave off the edges of their beards, nor make any cuts in their flesh. They shall be holy to their God, and not profane the name of their God. For they present the offerings by fire to the Lord, the bread of their God, so shall they be holy. They shall not take a woman who is profaned by harlotry, nor shall they take a woman divorced from her husband, for he is holy to the God. You shall consecrate them therefore, and he offers the bread of your God. He shall be holy to you, for I, the Lord, am the Lord, who sanctifies you as holy. Also the daughter of any priest, if he profanes herself by harlotry, profanes her father, she shall be burned with fire. And the priest who is highest among his brothers, on whose head the anointing of oil has been poured, and who has been consecrated to wear the garments, shall not uncover his head nor tear his cloak. nor shall he approach any dead person, nor defile himself even for his father or his mother, nor shall he go out of the sanctuary, or profane the sanctuary of God, for the consecration of the anointed oil of his God is on him. I am the Lord. And he shall take a wife in her virgin, a widow or divorced woman, or one who is profaned by harlotry. These he may not take, but rather he is to marry the virgin of his own people, that he may not profane his offspring among his people, for I am the Lord who sanctifies him. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron, saying, No man of your offspring throughout your generations who has defect shall approach to offer the bread of God. For no one who has defect shall approach the blind man, or a lame man, or he who has disfigured face, or any deformed limb, or a man who has broken foot or broken hand, or a hunchback, or a dwarf, or one who has defect in his eye, or eczema, or scabs, or crushed testicles. No man among the descendants of Aaron the priest who has a defect is to come near to offer the Lord's offerings by fire. Since he has a defect, he shall not come near to offer the bread of his God. He may eat the bread of his God, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go in to the veil or come near the altar, because he has defect, that he may not profane my sanctuaries. For I am the Lord who sanctifies them. So Moses spoke to Aaron and to his sons and to all the sons of Israel. 22. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Tell Aaron and his sons to be careful with the holy gifts of the sons of Israel, which they have dedicate to me, so as not to profane my holy name. I am the Lord. Say to them, If a man among all your descendants throughout all your generations approaches the holy gifts which the sons of Israel dedicate to the Lord, while he has an uncleanliness, that a person shall be cut off from before me. I am the Lord. No man of the descendants of Aaron who is a leper, or who has a discharge, may eat of the holy gifts until he is clean. And if one touches anything made unclean by a corpse, or if a man has a seminal emission, or if a man touches any tingling things by which he is made unclean, or any man by whom he is made unclean, whatever his uncleanliness, a person who touches any such thing shall be unclean until evening, and shall not eat of the holy gifts unless he has bathed his body in water. But when the sun sets, he shall be clean, and afterwards he shall eat of the holy gifts, for it is his food. He shall not eat an animal which dies or is torn by beasts, becoming unclean by it. I am the Lord. They shall therefore keep my charge, so that they may not bear sin because of it, and die therefore because they profane it. I am the Lord who sanctifies them. No layman, however, is to eat the holy gift. A sojourner with a priest or a hired man shall not eat the holy gift, but if a priest buys a slave and as his property and his money, that one may eat of it. Those who are born in the house may eat of the food. And if the priest's daughter is married to a layman, she shall not eat of the offering of the gift. But if the priest's daughter becomes a widow or divorced and has no child, and returns to her father's house, as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's food, but no layman shall eat of it. But if a man eats a holy gift unintentionally, then he shall add to it a fifth of it, and shall give the holy gift to the priest. And if they shall not profane the holy gifts of the sons of Israel, which they offer to the Lord, and so cause them to bear punishment for the guilt by eating their holy gifts, for I am the Lord who sanctifies them. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to the sons and all the sons of Israel, and say to them, Any man of the house of Israel, or of the aliens in Israel, who presents his offerings, whether it is in any of their volatile or any of their free will offerings, they present to the Lord for burnt offering. For you to be accepted, it must be a male without defect, from the cattle, the sheep, or the goats. Whatever has a defect, you shall not offer it. It shall not be accepted for you. And when a man offers a sacrifice of peace offering to the Lord, and fulfill a special vow, or for a free will offering of the herd or of the flock, it must be perfect and be accepted. There shall be no defect in it. Those that are blind, or fractured, or lamed, or having a running sore, eczema, or scabs, you shall not offer to the Lord, or make of them an offering by fire on the altar of the Lord, to the Lord. In respect to an ox or a lamb which has an overgrowth of stunted member, you may present it for a free will offering, but for a vow it shall not be accepted. Also, anything with its testicles bruised or crushed or torn or cut, you shall not offer to the Lord or sacrifice in your land. Nor shall you accept any such from the hand of a foreigner, or offering it as the food of your God, for your corruption is in them. They have a defect, they shall not be accepted. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, When an ox or a sheep or a goat is born, it shall remain 7 days with its mother. And from the 8th day on, it shall be accepted as a sacrifice of offering by the fire to the Lord. But whether it is an ox or a sheep, you shall not kill both it and its young in 1 day. And when you sacrifice a sacrifice of thanksgiving to the Lord, you shall sacrifice it so that you may be accepted. It shall be eaten on the same day. You shall leave none of it until morning. I am the Lord. You shall keep my commandments and do them. I am the Lord. You shall not profane my holy name, but I will be sanctified among the sons of Israel. I am the Lord who sanctifies you, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, to be your God. I am the Lord. Chapter 23. The Lord spoke again to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, The Lord appointed times which you shall proclaim as holy convocations. My appointed times are these: for 6 days work may be done. But on the 7th day there is a Sabbath of complete rest, a holy convocation. You shall not do any work. It is a Sabbath to the Lord in all your dwellings. These are the appointed times of the Lord, holy convocations which you shall proclaim at the times appointed for them. In the 1st month, on the 14th day of the month, at the twilight, is the Lord's Passover. Then on the 15th day of the same month, there is a feast of unleavened bread to the Lord. For 7 days you shall not eat unleavened bread. On the 1st day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any laborious work. But for 7 days you shall present an offering by fire to the Lord. On the 7th day it's a holy convocation. You shall not do any laborious work. But then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, When you enter the land which I am going to give you, and reap its harvest, then you shall bring in the sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord for you to be accepted on the day after the Sabbath, and the priest shall wave it. Now on the day when you wave the sheaf, you shall offer a male lamb 1 year old without any defect or burnt offering to the Lord. Its grain offering shall then be 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil, an offering by the fire to the Lord for a soothing aroma, which is liberation, 1/4 of a hin of wine. Until this same day, until you have brought in the offerings of your God, you shall eat neither bread nor roasted grain nor new growth. It is to be a perpetual statute throughout your generations in all your dwellings. You shall also count for yourselves from the day after Sabbath, from the day when you brought in the sheaf of the wave offerings, there shall be 7 complete Sabbaths. You shall count 50 days to the day after the 7th Sabbath, and when you shall present a new grain offering to the Lord. You shall bring in from your dwellings places 2 loaves of bread for a wave offering, which are of 2/10 of an ephah. They shall be of fine flour, baked with leaven as first fruits to the Lord. And with the bread you shall present 7 one-year-old male lambs without defect, and a bull of the herd, and 2 rams. They are to be burnt offerings to the Lord, with their grain offerings and their liberations, and offering by fire of soothing aroma to the Lord. You shall also offer 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 male lambs 1 year old for a sacrifice of peace offerings. The priest shall then wave them with the bread of the first fruits for the wave offering, with 2 lambs before the Lord, and they are to be holy to the Lord for the priest. On the same day you shall make a proclamation as well. You are to have a holy convocation. You shall not do any laborious work. It is to be a perpetual statute in all your dwelling places throughout your generations. When you reap the harvest of your land, moreover, you shall not reap the very corners of your field, nor gather the gleaning of the harvest. You are to leave them from the needy and the alien. I am the Lord your God. Again the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, on the 1st of the month, you shall have a rest, a reminder of blowing the trumpets, the holy convocation. You shall not do any laborious work, but you shall present an offering by fire to the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, On exactly the 10th day of the 7th month is the day of atonement. It shall be a holy convocation to you, and you shall humble your souls and present an offering by fire to the Lord. Neither shall you do any work on the same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make atonement in your behalf before the Lord your God. If there is any person who will not humble himself on the same day, he shall be cut off from his people. As for any person who does any work on the same day, that person I will destroy from among his people. You shall do no work at all. It is to be a perpetual statute throughout your generations at your dwellings. It is to be a Sabbath of complete rest to you, and you shall humble your souls on the night of the month at evening. From evening until evening you shall keep the Sabbath. Again the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, saying, on the 15th of his 7th month is the feast of booths for 7 days to the Lord. On the first day is a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work of any kind. For 7 days you shall present an offering by fire to the Lord. On the 8th day you shall have a holy convocation and present an offering by fire to the Lord. It is an assembly. You shall do no laborious work. These are the appointed times of the Lord, which you shall proclaim as holy convocations, to present offerings by fire to the Lord. Burnt offerings and grain offerings, sacrifices, liberations, each day matter on its own day. Besides, those are the Sabbaths of the Lord, and besides your gifts, and besides all your votive and free will offerings, which you give to the Lord. On exactly the 15th day of the 7th month, when you have gathered in the crops of the land, you shall celebrate the feast of the Lord for 7 days, with a rest on the first day, and a rest on the 8th day. Now on the first day, you shall take yourselves the foliage of beautiful trees, palm branches, and boughs of leafy trees, and willows of the brook, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God for 7 days. You shall thus celebrate it as a feast for the Lord for 7 days in the year, and it shall be perpetual statute throughout your generations, and you shall celebrate it in the 7th month. You shall live in the booths for 7 days. All native born in Israel shall live in booths, so that your generations may know that I had the sons of Israel live in booths when I brought them out from the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So Moses declared to the sons of Israel the appointed times of the Lord.
Tabernacle, oil, and bread. The Lord spoke to Moses, command the Israelites to bring you first oil from fresh oil, lot this for the lot, in order to keep the not burning continually. Here is 15 inch continually corrected to the morning before the Lord outside the bell of the testimony and the hint of many. This is permit throughout your country, but continually in the line that your go lengths and to your presence. Take or bond for a branch and to 12 loaves. Each loaf is to be made with for arrange them into so 6 to a row on the table before the Lord. Place your control so that they serve as a memorial portion for the bread and a fire offered to the Lord. The bread is to be set out before the Lord every 7 days as a perpetual covenant obligation on the part of the Israelites. It belongs to Aaron and his sons, who are to it in a holy place, for it is the holy portion for them from the fire offered to the Lord. This is the part which will entrance trusting the sons of the Israelite brothers and Egyptian fathers were Israelites, a fire broke out in the camp between the Israelites and Israel the son cursed and cursed the name, and they brought Moses. His mother's name was Shema, and daughter were Deborah, of the tribe of Dan. They put him in custody until the Lord petition of who they put to leave the first Moses, knowing that the Lord who had persecuted the outside of the camp. They have all who actively with it. They have the oath of people. So good to tell the Israelites and everyone curses God. God who will bear God the pieces of his son, whoever lashes made of oil is to be put to death. The whole community must know if the blemishes remain, he is to be put to death. Whether the foreign president or the elector, if a man kills anyone he loves, touches them, he touches them. Whoever kills an animal, to make a resurrection for it now for all. And every man with a permanent injury on his neighbor, whatever he has done to be done to him, that whatever injury he is not on the person, the son is to be inflicted on him. Whoever kills the animal is to take restitution for it, but whoever kills a person is to be put to death. You have to be thank law for the foreign president and elected because I am God, Yahweh, your God. After Moses spoke to the Israelites, they brought the one who had heard to the outside of the camp and stoned him. The Israelites did as the Lord had commanded Moses. 7 years in Jubilee, the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, teaching the Israelites and came down and took and I am giving you the from a Sabbath to the Lord, and there shall fulfill the 6 weeks. And he may burn wood and work and gather it in pieces, but there will be a Sabbath of complete rest for the land in the 7th year. A Sabbath to the Lord, you are not to sell your field or hunt your farmyard. You are not to eat what from fight yourself from your crop or harvest the grapes of your unto the stars. It must be a year with a complete rest for the land, however, that many witnesses and the Sabbath year can be full, can be food, can be for yourself, your hell, or business slave, and they are and or for the mistake with you that all this growth may serve as food for your livestock, and the wild animals of your land.
Can we start? Verse 8. You are also to count off the 7 Sabbaths of the year for yourself, 7 times 7 years, so that you have the same of the 7 Sabbaths of the years, namely 49 years. You shall then sound the ram's horn broad on the 10th day of the 7th month. On the day of atonement you shall sound the horn all through your land. You shall thus consecrate the 50th year and proclaim a release to the land to all the inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you, and each of you shall return to his own property, and each of you shall return to his family. You shall have 50th year as the 50th year as a jubilee. You shall not sow nor reap its aftergrowth, nor gather in from its untrimmed vines. For it is a jubilee. You shall be holy to you. You shall eat its crops out of the field. On the year of jubilee, each of you shall return to his own property. If you make a sale, moreover, to your friend, or buy from your friend's hand, you shall not wrong one another. Corresponding to the number of years after the jubilee, you shall buy from your friend. He is to sell to you according to the number of years of crops, in proportion to the extent of the years you shall increase its price, and in proportion to the fewness of the years you shall diminish its price, for it is the number of crops he is selling to you. So you shall not wrong one another, but you shall fear your God, for I am the Lord your God. You shall thus observe my statutes, keep my judgments, so as to carry them out, that you may live securely on the land. Then the land will yield its produce, so that you can eat your fill and live securely on it. But if you say, what are we going to eat on the 7th year if we do not sow or gather in the crops? Then I will order my blessing for you in the 6th year, for that it will bring forth the crop for 3 years. And you are sowing the 8th year, you are still eating old crop things from crop, eating the old until the 9th year, then when crop comes in. The Lord, moreover, shall not be sold permanently. The land, moreover, shall not be sold permanently, for the land is mine. For you are but aliens and sojourners with me. Thus, for every piece of your property, you are to provide for the redemption of the land. If a fellow countryman of yours becomes so poor he has to sell part of his property, then his nearest kinsman is to come and buy back what his relative has sold. Or in case a man has no kinship, but so recovers his means as to find sufficient for redemption, then he shall calculate the years since he sale and refund the balance to the man to whom he sold it, so the return of his property. But if he has not found sufficient means to get back for himself, then what he has sold shall remain in the hands of its purchaser until the year of jubilee. But at jubilee it shall revert, that it may be returned to his property. Likewise, if a man sells dwelling house in a walled city, when his redemption right remains valid until a full year from its sale, his right of redemption lasts a full year. But if it is not bought back for him within the space of a full year, Then the house that is in the walled city passes permanently to its purchaser throughout his generations. It does not revert in the Jubilee. The houses of villages, however, which have no surrounding walls, shall be considered as open fields and have redemption rights and revert in the Jubilee. And as for the cities of Levites, the Levites have a permanent right of redemption for the houses of cities which are their possession. What therefore belongs to the Levites may be redeemed, and a house sale in the city of his possessions reverts in the Jubilee. For the houses of the Levites are their possessions among the sons of Israel. The pasture fields of their cities shall not be sold, for that is their perceptual possession. Now, in the case of countrymen of yours becomes poor, and his means with regard to you falter, you are to sustain him like a stranger and sojourner, that he may live with you. Do not take usurance and interest for him, but reverence your God, that your countrymen may live with you. You shall not give him your silver at interest, nor your food for gain. I am the Lord your God, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt, and gave you the land of Canaan, and to be your God. If a countryman of yours becomes so poor with regard that he sells himself to you, you shall not subject him to slave services. He shall be with you as a hired man, as if there was a sojourner with you, until the year of Jubilee. You shall then go out from you, and he and his sons and him, and shall go back to his family, and he may return to the property of his forefathers. For they are my servants whom I brought out from the land of Egypt. They are not sold into slavery. You shall not rule over them with sovereignty, but are to reverence your God. As for your male and female slaves whom you have, you may acquire male and female slaves from the pagan nations that are around you. Then too, it is out of the sons of the sojourners who live as aliens among you that you may gain acquisition, and out of their families who are with you, you whom they will have produce in your land shall also become your possession. You may even bequeath them to your sons after you receive as possessions. You can use them as permanent slaves, but in respect to your countrymen, sons of Israel, you shall not rule with sovereignty over them one another. Now, if the means of a stranger or a sojourner with you becomes sufficient, and a countryman of yours becomes so poor with regard to him as to sell himself as a stranger who is sojourning with you, or to descendants of the stranger's family, then he shall have redemption right after he has been sold. One of his brothers may redeem him, or his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or one of the blood relatives from his family may redeem him. Or if he prospers, he may redeem himself. He then, with his purchaser, shall calculate from the year when he sold himself to him up to the year of Jubilee, and the price of the sale shall correspond to the number of years. It's like the day of a hired man that he shall be with him. If there are still many years, he shall refund part of his purchase price in proportion to them as his own redemption. And if a few years remain until the year of Jubilee, he shall also so calculate them in proportion to his years. He is to refund them the amount of his redemption. Like a man hired year after year, he will be with him. He shall not rule over him with sovereignty with your sight. Even if he is not redeemed by these means, he shall still go out in the year of Jubilee, he and his sons. For the sons of Israel are my servants. They are my servants whom I brought out from the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
Covenant blessings in this one. Do not make idols for yourselves. Set up a carved image or scared fire for yourself, or place a stone everywhere. Land to bow down to it, for I am the Lord God. You must keep my Sabbath and bring with my dictionary. I am God. I am Yahweh. If you follow my statutes, and they all observe all the commandments, I will give you rain at the come in the land will great harvest and the great harvest will give you a joy. So top, you will have your food to eat with us. See, the journey and the way. I will lift you to the road of you. Lie down with nothing to frighten you, and I will remove dangerous animals from the land, and those words will pass through your land. You will protect your enemies, and they will walk toward you by the sword. 5 of you will pursue 100 and 100. You will pursue 10,000. Your enemies will fall before you by the sword. I will turn you, make you fruitful, and multiply you many. The word I covenant with you, you will be the green as the Christmas season. Will clear out the old to bring forward a new. I will grace my mercy above you, and I will not reject you. I will walk among you and be your God, and you will be my people. I am Yahweh, your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, so that you no longer be their slave. Uh, I broke the bars of your yoke and able you to live in her. But if you do not obey me and observe all these commandments, you accept my statutes and despise my ordinances, to do what observe all my commandments and obey my covenant, I will bring your own wasting diseases to the world. There will come your eyes to yourself, and your love will get away. You will sow your seed in the land, because you work and your enemies will eat it, and I will bring it to you, so that you will be off the enemies, those who hate you. Will rule over you, those and you perfect, even those who persecute you, but if after you ways you will not obey will be used your will not reveal it from me. Also, will not bear the fruit if you act the heart hostility toward me, and you eat and art killing me.
I will multiply your plagues 7 times for your sins. I will send wild animals against you, that you will deprive you of your children with great revenge, your livestock, and reduce your numbers until the roads you deserted. If in spite of these things you do not accept my discipline, but act hostility toward me, then I will act with hostility toward you. I also will strike you 7 times for your sins. I will bring the sword against you to execute the vengeance of covenant, though you withdraw into your cities, I will send a pestilence among you, and you will be delivered into empty hands when I cut off your supply of bread. 10 women will bake the bread in a single oven and ration out your bread by weight, so that you will not eat, but not be satisfied. You will eat but not be satisfied. And if in spite of this you do not obey me, but act with hostility toward me, I will act with furious hostility toward you. I will also discipline you 7 times for your sins. You will eat the flesh of your sons. You will eat the flesh of your daughters. I will destroy your high places, cut down your incense altars, and heap your dead bodies on the lifeless bodies of your idols. I will reject you. I will reduce your cities to ruins and devastate your sanctuaries. I will not smell the pleasing aroma of your sacrifices, but also will devastate the land, so that your enemies will come to live. There will be appalled by it, but I will scatter you among the nations, and I will draw a sword to chase after you, so your land will become desolate, and your cities will become ruins. In the land I will make up for its Sabbath years during the time it lies desolate, while you are in the land of your enemies. At the time the land will rest and make up for its Sabbath. As long as it lies desolate, it will have the rest it did not have during your Sabbath when you lived there.
I will put accidentally in the I will put a sati in the hearts of those of you who about in the plains of their enemies, the sound of the wind driven loose will put into plot, and they will as one flees from a sword and fall through those one is pursuing them, and they will stumble over one another as if it leads from a sword. So no one is pursuing of you will not be to stand against your enemy. You will rush in among the ashes. The living your enemies will before you, those who survive there, will they will also lay a dust of their father's sins on with theirs. But if they will confess their sin and the sin of their father, their unfaithfulness that they practice against me with foul hostility toward me, and I acted with hostility toward you, and brought diversity so many of their enemies, and yeah, their sabotage will be more, and if they will pay penalty for the sin, then I will bring them another covenant and take the pot. Well, also, my covenant with Isaac, my covenant with Abraham, and I will remember the land for the land abandoned by me will take up for the Sabbath spot lay desolate without the people while they pay their they pay the penalty for their sins, because they respected not ordinances or my statutes.
Yet in spite of this, while they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject or abhor them so as to destroy them and break my covenant with them, since I am Yahweh their God. For their sake I will remember the covenant of their fathers, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations to be their God. I am Yahweh. These are the statutes, ordinances, and laws of the Lord established between himself and Israelites to Moses in Mount Sinai. Chapter 27. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites, and tell them when someone makes a special vow to the Lord, this involves assessment concerns a male from 20 to 60 years old. Their assessment is silver shekels measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. If the person is a female, their assessment is 30 shekels. If the person is from 5 to 20 years old, their assessment for male is 20 shekels, and for female 10 shekels. If the person is from 1 month to 5 years old, their assessment for male is 5 silver shekels, and for a female, your assessment is 3 shekels of silver. If the person is 60 years or more, their assessment is 15 shekels for male and 10 shekels for female. But if one is too poor to pay the assessment, he must present the person for the priest, and the priest will set a value for him. The priest will set a value for him according to what the one making the vow can afford. The vow involves one of the animals they may be brought as an offering to the Lord, and it is big gifts the Lord will be holy. He may not replace it or make a substitution for either good or bad or good. But if he does substitute one animal for another, both the animal and its substitute will be holy. If the vow involves any of the unclean animals that may be brought as an offering to the Lord, the animal must be presented before the priest. The priest will set its value, whether high or low. The price will be set as the priest makes assessment to you. If the one who brought it decides to redeem it, he must add a fifth to this assessed value.
And then John starts this house as a holy to the Lord, praise God, the seeds, and it's value whether high or low. That crown both since God has left praise but his house redeems it, that if it to God, I say, value is again will be good, and then frustrates the Lord in the heart. I will that he we property.
If he does not return the field, or if he has sold it to another man, it is no longer redeemable. When the field is released in the Jubilee, it will be holy to the Lord, like a field permanently set apart, becomes a priest's property. But if a person consecrates the Lord, the field he has purchased that is not part of his inherited landholding, then the priest will calculate for him the amount of the assessment up to the year of Jubilee, and the person will take the certain value of that day as a holy offering to the Lord. In the year of Jubilee, the field returns to the one who bought it from the original owner. All of your assessed value is measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, 20 gerals to the shekel. No one can consecrate a firstborn of the livestock, whether an animal or herd, or flock to the Lord, because the firstborn already belongs to the Lord. It is one of the unclaimed livestock, and will be ransomed according to your assessments by adding a fifth of its value to it. If it is not redeemed, it can be sold according to your assessment. Nothing that a man currently sets apart to the Lord from all he owns, whether a person or animal, his inherited landholding, can be sold or redeemed. Everything set apart is especially holy to the Lord. No person who has been set apart for destruction is to be ransomed, who must be put to death.
Every tenth of the last produce get turned from the soul or offer from the great margin to us. It is owed to the Lord, and if man decides to gain any part of this to out of this the son, and we take him and more from the herd or flock which passes under the sheep. Shepherds are well and holy to the Lord. He is not to be but whether Mr. or Matt and he is not to make a fat piece or get butter if he does make a cushion. Oh, animal, the ant is sweet. Well, the holy day tonight, everything the moon are the commandments. The Lord gave Moses, but it's lost on that.
Numbers, chapter 1. Then the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai and attended the meeting on the first of the second month in the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Take a census of all the congregations of the sons of Israel and their families, by their fathers' households, according to the number of the names of every male, head by head. From 20 years old and upward, whoever is able to go out to war in Israel, you and Aaron shall number them by their armies. With you, moreover, there shall be a man of each tribe, each one a head of his father's household. These then are the names of the men who shall stand with you. Of Reuben, Eleazar, the son of Sheloth, of Simon, Shileon, the son of Zuccah, of Judah, Nashua, the son of Ammonite, of Ishkar, Nathanael, the son of Zagar, of Zebulun, Elah, the son of Helon, the sons of Joseph, of Ephraim, Eli, the son of Amadel, of Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Pedazzo, of Benjamin, Abidan, of son of Gibeon, of Dan, Eleazar, the son of Armishai, of Asher, Palel, the son of Ortan, of Gad, Ibsan, the son of Deshel, the Manasseh, Asher, the son of Esau. These are they who were called of the congregation of the leaders of the fathers' tribes. They were the heads of divisions of Israel. So Moses and Aaron took these men who had been designated by name, and they assembled all the congregation together on the first of the second month, and they registered by ancestry and their families by their fathers' households, according to the names of the sons from 20 years old and upward, head by head, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. So he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. Now the sons of Reuben, Israel's firstborn, the genealogies, registrations, their families, the fathers' households, according to the number of names, head by head, every male from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. Their numbered men of the tribe of Reuben was 46,500. Of the sons of Simon, their genealogical registration by their families, by their fathers' households, their numbered men according to the number of names, head by head, every male from 20 years old and upwards, whoever was able to go out to war. The numbered men of the tribe of Simon was 59,300. The sons of Gad, their genealogical registration by their families, by their fathers' households, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. The numbered men of the tribe of Gad was 45,650. Of the sons of Judah, their genealogical registration by their families, by their fathers' households, according to the number of names from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. Their numbered men of the tribe of Judah was 74,600. Of the sons of Issachar, their genealogical registration by their families and by their fathers' households, according to the number of names from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. Their numbered men of the tribe of Issachar was 54,400. The sons of Zebulun, their genealogical registration by their families, by their fathers' households, according to the number of names from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. The number of men of the tribe of Zebulun was 57,400. The sons of Joseph, namely the sons of Ephraim, of their genealogical registration by their families, by their fathers' households, according to the number of names from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. Their numbered men of the tribe of Ephraim was 40,500. Of the sons of Manasseh, their genealogical registration by their families, by their fathers' households, according to the number of names from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. Their numbered men of the tribe of Manasseh was 32,200. Of the sons of Benjamin, their genealogical registration by their families, by their fathers' households, according to the number of names from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. Their numbered men of the tribe of Benjamin was 35,400. Of the sons of Dan, their genealogical registration by their families, by their fathers, according to the number of names from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. Their numbered men of the tribe of Dan was 62,700. Of the sons of Asher, their genealogical registration by their families, by their fathers' households, according to the number of names from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. Their numbered men of the tribe of Asher was 41,500. Of the sons of Nephilim, their genealogical registration by their families and their fathers' households, according to the number of names from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war. Their numbered men was 53,400. These are the ones who were numbered, whom Moses and Aaron numbered when the leaders of Israel, 12 men, each of whom was of his father's household. So all numbered men of the sons of Israel by their father's households from 20 years old and upward, whoever was able to go out to war in Israel. Even all the numbered men was 603,550. Read it.
The
Verse 47.
duties of Levites. But if the Levites were not were certain to follow their ancestral tribe for the Lord had told Moses, do not forsake to take a census of the tribe of the Levi with the Israelites upon the Levi on the tabernacle of the testimony of it. Chiefs and everything in it, they are to transport the tabernacle in law, is our articles take care of it and count around it. Whenever the tabernacle is to live, the Levites are to take it down and whenever it is to stop at a campsite, the Levites are to set it up, and another person who comes near it, it must be put to death. The Israelites are to come by their benefit division. Each man is a statement and Andreas Garner. The Levites are to camp around the tabernacle of the testimony and watch over it, that no wrath go on Israelite community. Israelites did everything as the Lord recommended Moses. Organization of the Lord of Moses and the Israelites to count under their respective banners. Israelites declared of their ancestral houses. They are to count around the tens of many distance from the mandatory deficient will kept on the east side and toward the sunrise on the side of the district groups of to the east Russia. Setup of Abraham and his military negotiation numbers 746 nations. The tribe of Astar owned Canaan next to the leader of the Ascarites and Mango. Those are his military mission members. If 54,100. The tribe of the Zebulun will be next by number of the Zebulun is the Zebulun. His military division number 400. The total number in military division. It is 100. They will move out first. Ribbon military divisions will count on the south. Side of under their boundaries, leader of the ribbon is Easter, son of Asher. This military division for successive officers, the tribe of the Simon will count into it. The leader of the Seminots is she, Lebanon, son of Shaddai. His military division numbers 9,300. The tribe of the Gad will be next. The leader of the Gaddies is Elishaph, son of Dwell. His military division numbers are 4,500. The total number in their military divisions will belong to ribbons. Encampment is large of 1,450. They will move out the 10 of many days to move out of the rocks and stone bridge. It is in the middle of the town. They are to move out as they turn east. In his place with the banners, Abraham's military divisions will camp on the west side under the boundary. The leader of Abraham is Elishama, son of Ammon. His military division numbers 450. The tribe of Manasseh of the next to it, the leader of the Manasseh is Daniel, son of Prince is military division numbers 322. The tribe of Benjamin will be next. the leader of the assembly. The lot is Abbott is God. His military division members 35,400. The total their military missions they brought to Abraham's commandment number 108,000. They will move out their military divisions built out on the north side under the banner of the leader of the blood. Their thoughts is that Azareth, son of Amashara, is the military division of 700. Their tribe of Asher will come as the leader of Azareth, the prodigal son of Akron, is military division, son of Abraham, is military division numbers 41,500. The tribe of Elapon tribe will be next the leader of the Nabocots. This Imra, son of Imra, is military division numbers 53,400. The total over Hebron to dance and commitment 176,000. They are to bring everlasting hour with their banners. These are the Israelites registered by their ancestral houses. The total number and the counts by them their military is succession with 550. But the Levites were not registered among the Israelites as the Lord had commanded Moses. The Israelites did everything they were commanded to Moses. They don't by the banners in this way to move out the same way each man by his king and by ancestral house.
Chapter 3, the names of the family records of Aaron and Moses at the time the Lord spoke with Moses on Mount Sinai. These are the names of Aaron's sons, Nadab, their firstborn, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ahimaaz. These are the names of Aaron's sons, the morning priesthood, appointed to serve as priests, but Nadab and Abihu died in the Lord's presence when they presented unauthorized fire before the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. They had no sons. Eleazar and Ahimaaz served as priests in the direction of their father. The Lord spoke to Moses, bring the tribe of Levi near, presenting to Aaron the priest, and to assist him there on duties for him, the entire community before the tent of meeting, attending to the service of the tabernacle. They are to take care of all the furnishings for the tent of meeting, perform duties for the Israelites, by attending to the service of the tabernacle. Sign for the Levites to Aaron and his sons, and have been assigned exclusively to them through Israelites, who have appointed one of their sons to do their priestly responsibilities, but any unauthorized person who comes near the sanctuary is put to death. The Lord spoke to Moses, see, I have taken Levites from the Israelites in place of every firstborn Israelite in the land. The Levites belong to me, because every firstborn belongs to me. At the time I struck down every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated every firstborn in Israel to myself, for to me and them, they are mine, I am Yahweh. The Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, register the Levites by their ancestral houses in the clans. You are to register every male 1 month old or more. So Moses registered them in the leaves the Lord had been commanded. There were Levi's sons by name Gershon, Kohath, and Maria. These were the names of Gershon's sons by their clans. Libni and Shammai, Kohath's sons by their clans were Imran, Ashar, Hebron, and Uzziah. Moriah's sons by their clans were Mahli, Ishtai. These were the Levite clans for ancestral houses. The Libnite clan and the Shammite clan came from the Gershon. These were the Gershonite clans. Those registered, counting every male 1 month old or more, numbered 7,500. The Gershonite clans camped behind the tabernacle on the west side, and the leader of Gershonite family was Elishma, son of Lael. The Gershonites' duties of tent meeting involved the tabernacle, the tent, its covering, screen for entrance, the tent of meeting, the hangings of the courtyard, the screen for the entrance to the courtyard that surrounds the tabernacle, and the altar of the tent ropes, all the work related to those. The Amorite clan, the Ishbite clan, the Hebrite clan, and the Uzziah clan came from Kohath. These were the Kohathites, counting every male 1 month old or more. These were 8,600 responsible for the duties of the sanctuary. The clans of the Kohathites camped on the south side of the tabernacle, and the leader of the family of the Kohath clans were Elishma, son of Uriah. Their duties involved the ark, the table, the lampstand, altars, the sanctuary utensils that were used with these, and the screen, and all the work relating to them. The chief Levite leaders were Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest. He had oversight of those responsible for the duties of the sanctuary. Malite clan and Mishnah clan came from Moriah. Those were the Moriah clans. Those registered counting every male 1 month or more, the number 6,200. Leader of the family. The Moriah clans were Joel, son of Abihail. They camped on the north side of the tabernacle. The assigned duties of Moriah descendants involved the tabernacle supports, crossbars, posts, bases, all its equipment, and all the work related to them. In addition to the posts for surrounding the courtyard and their bases, tent pegs and ropes, Moses and Aaron's sons performed the duties of the sanctuary of the service. On behalf of the Israelites, camped in front of the tabernacle on the east in front of the tent meetings for the sunrise. Any unauthorized person came near it was to be put to death. The total of all the Levite males 1 month older, more than Moses and Aaron registered by the clans, the Lord's command was 22,000. The Lord told Moses, register every firstborn male of the Israelites 1 month old or more. And this is the name you are to take the Levites from them, Yahweh, in place of every firstborn among the Israelites, and Levites' cattle in place of every firstborn among the Israelites' cattle. So Moses registered every firstborn among the Israelites as the Lord commanded him. The total number of firstborn male 1 month old or more listed by name was 22,273. The Lord spoke to Moses again, take the Levites in front of every firstborn among the Israelites, and the Levites' cattle, and place the cattle. The Levites belong to me. I am Yahweh. Is redemption price for 273 firstborn Israelites who outnumbered the Levites. Collect 5 shekels for each person according to the standard sanctuary shekel, 20 thurals to a shekel. Give the money to Aaron his sons as redemption price for those who are in excess of money for Israelites. Moses collected the redemption money from those in excess, the ones redeemed of the Lord. He collected the money from the firstborn Israelites, 1,365 shekels measured with the standard sanctuary shekel. He gave the redemption money to Aaron and his sons in obedience to the Lord. This the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord spoke to Moses and he the checkerboard. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. Among the Levites, take a census of the Kohathites by their clans and their ancestral houses, men from 30 years old to 50 years old, everyone who is qualified to do work at the tent of meeting. The service of the Kohathites at the tent of meeting concerns most holy objects, wherever the camp is about to move on, Aaron and his sons are to go in, take down the screen veil, and cover the ark of the testimony before. They place over this covering made of manatee skin, spread a solid blue cloth on top, and insert coals. They spread a blue cloth over the table of the presence, and to place the plates and cups on it, as well as the bowls and pitchers for the drink offering. The regular bread offering is to be on it. They are to spread a scarlet cloth over them, cover them with a covering made of manatee skin, and insert the poles on the table. They take a blue cloth and cover the lampstand and use the light, its lamp snuffers, and fire pans, as well as its jars of oil by which to service it. They must be placed, then they must place it with all the utensils inside a covering nail made of manatee skin and put them on a carrying frame. They are to spread a blue cloth over the dough altar, cover it with a covering made of manatee skin, and insert its poles. They are to take all the sanctuary place, then in a blue cloth, cover them with covering made of manatee skin, and put them on a carrying frame. They are to remove the ashes from the bronze altar, spreading a purple cloth over it, and place all the equipment on it that they use in serving the fire pans, meat, forks, shovels, and basins. All the equipment of the altar there to spread a covering made of manatee skin over it, and insert its poles. Aaron and his sons to finish covering the body, holy objects, and all their equipment, and wherever the camp was to move on. The Kohathites will come and carry them, but they are not to touch the holy objects, they will die. These are the transportation duties that regarding the tent of meeting. Eleazar, son of Aaron, the priest, has oversight of the lamp oil, the frank incense, the daily grain offering, and anointing oil. He is oversight of the entire tabernacle and everything in it. The holy objects are there. The holy objects and the utensils. Then the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, do not allow the Kohathites, their tribal clans to be wiped out from the Levites. Do not do this for them, so they may live and not die when they come near the most holy objects. Aaron and his sons are to go in and assign each man his task and transportation duty. The Kohathites are not to go in and look for the holy objects, even for a moment, or they will die.
Duties of the Christians. The Lord spoke to Moses, take a series of the also about the SSL and their plans worship men from 30 years old to 50 years old. Anyone who is qualified to perform service to the work at the tent of meeting. This is the service of the plans regarding work and protection. That is, they are to transport the tabernacle curtains, the tent of meeting with its covering and the covering made of winter skin on top of it. String for the entrance up to the tent of making the hank of the court or the string for the entrance and the gate of the court or that threatens the tabernacle and the altar along with their ropes is done with these items, all the surface of tombstones, all their reputation bodies and all their other work is to be done at the command of Aaron and his sons. You are to assign them all that they are responsible to carry. This is the service of the plans that the bit of many ordinary will be under the direction of Abdullah, son of Aaron, priest. That is a very better as for better you are to worship all their clans and their ancestral houses. First remove from 30 years old and the one who is qualified to do whatsoever of the general meaning. This is what they are responsible to carry as the whole of the surface at the ten of the meaning. The support of the tabernacle with its crossbars, posts, and bases. The of the surrounding courtyard, with their bases, tent pegs, and ropes, including all their equipment and all the work related to them. You are to assign by them the items that they are responsible to carry. This is the service of the variety class regarding all their work at the tent of meeting under the direction of any under the direction of Atmar, son of Aaron, priest, son of Levi, son of Moses, and the leaders of the community. First, Theo has all their clans in their ancestral houses been through 30 years to 50 years. 50 years. So everyone who has otherwise qualified for work at the tent of making the registered by their class number 2750. These were the registered men of the rights clans and the one who served at the tent of meeting. Moses and Aaron were registered them at the Lord and Moses.
The Gershonites were registered by their clans and ancestral houses. Men from 30 years old to 50 years old, everyone who is qualified for work, attend the meeting. A man registered by their clans and their ancestral houses numbered 2,630. These were the registered men of the Persianite clans. At the Lord's command, Moses and Aaron registered everyone who could serve them to the meeting. The men of the Merarite clans were registered by their clans and their ancestral houses. Those from 30 years old to 50 years old, everyone who was qualified for work in the meeting. The men registered by their clans numbered 3,200. Those were the registered men of the Merarite clans. Moses and Aaron registered them at the Lord's command through Moses. Moses, Aaron, and the leaders of Israel registered all the Levites by their clans and ancestral houses from 30 years old to 50 years old. Everyone who was qualified for the work of serving at the meeting and transporting it. The registered men numbered 8580. The Lord's command, they were registered in the direction of Moses, each one according to his work and transportation duty and his assignment was as the Lord commanded Moses. Chapter 5. The Lord instructed Moses, command the Israelites to send away anyone from the camp who is afflicted with skin disease, anyone who has a bodily discharge, or anyone who is defiled because of the corpse. He must send away both male and female, send them outside the camp so that they were not defiled at their camps were. I will dwell among them. The Israelites did this, sending them outside the camp. The Israelites did as the Lord instructed Moses. The Lord spoke to Moses, tell the Israelites, when a man or woman commits any sin against another, that person acts unfaithfully toward the Lord and is guilty. The person is to confess the sin that he is committing. He is to pay full compensation and a fifth of its value to it and give it to the individual who is wronged. The individual has no relative to receive compensation. The compensation goes to the priest along with the atonement ram, by which the priest will make atonement for that guilty person. Every holy contribution the Israelites presents the priest will be his. Each one's holy contribution is his to give. What each one gives to the priest will be his. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites, and tell them, if any man's wife goes astray, is unfaithful to him, and sleeps with another, but it is concealed from her husband, and she is undetected, even though she has defiled herself, since there is no witness against her, and she wasn't caught in the act, and the feeling of jealousy comes over her husband, and he becomes jealous because his wife, who has defiled herself, or his feeling of jealousy comes over him, and he becomes jealous of her, though she has not defiled herself. Then the man is to bring his wife to the priest. He is also to bring an offering for her of 2 quarts of barley flour. He is not to pour oil over it or put frankincense on it, because it is a grain offering of jealousy, a grain offering for remembrance of that brings sin to mind. The priest is to bring her forward and have her stand before the Lord. The priest is to take holy water in a clay bowl and take some of the dust from the tabernacle floor and put it in the water. After the priest is woman stand before the Lord, he is to let down her hair and place in her hands the grain offering for her remembrance, which is the grain offering of jealousy. The priest is to hold the bitter water that brings a curse. The priest will require the woman to take an oath and will say to her, if no man has slept with you, if you have not gone astray, become defiled while under your husband's authority, be unaffected by this bitter water that brings a curse. If you've gone astray while under your husband's authority, you have defiled yourself. No man other than your husband has slept with you. At this point, the priest must make the woman take the oath of this sworn curse, and he is to say to her, may the Lord make you an object of your people's cursing and swearing, and he makes your thigh shrivel and your belly swell. May this water that brings a curse enter your stomach, causing your belly to swell and your thigh to shrivel. And the woman must reply, amen, amen. And the priest is to write these curses on the scroll and wash them off into the bitter water. He will require the woman to drink the bitter water that brings a curse, and it will enter her and cause bitter suffering. The priest is to take the grain offering, the jealousy, from the woman's hand, weigh the offering before the Lord, and bring it to the altar. The priest is to take a handful of grain offering as a memorial portion and burn it on the altar. Then he will require the woman to drink the water. When he makes her drink the water, if she has defiled herself and been unfaithful to her husband, the water that brings a curse will enter her and cause bitter suffering. Her belly will swell and her thigh will shrivel, but she will become a curse among her people. And if the woman has not defiled herself and is pure, she will be unaffected and will be able to conceive children. This is the law of reporting jealousy when a wife goes astray and defiles herself while under her husband's authority. But when a feeling of jealousy comes over her husband and he becomes jealous of his wife, he is to have the woman stand before the Lord, and the priest will apply his entire ritual to her. The Lord the husband will be free of guilt. That woman will bear the consequences of her guilt. Chapter 6. The Lord instructed Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, when a man or woman makes a special vow, a Nazirite vow to consecrate himself to the Lord, he is to abstain from wine and beer. He must not drink vinegar made from wine or from beer. He must not drink any grape juice or eat fresh grapes or raisins. He is not to eat anything produced by the grapevine from seeds to skin during his vow. He must not cut his hair throughout the time of his vow or of consecration. He must be holy as the time is completely during which he consecrates himself to the Lord. He is to let the hair of his head grow long. He does not go near a dead body during the time he consecrates himself to the Lord. He is not to defile himself or his father or mother or his brother or sister when they die, because the hair consecrated to his God is on his head. He is holy to the Lord during the time of consecration. If somebody suddenly dies near him, defiling his consecrated head of hair, he must not shave his head. On the day of his purification, he is to shave it on the seventh day. On the eighth day, he is to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the priest at the entrance to the tent of meeting. The priest is to offer one as a sin offering, and the other as a burnt offering to make atonement on behalf of the Nazarite, since he sinned because of the corpse. On that day, he must consecrate his head again. He is to rededicate this time of his consecration to the Lord, and to bring a year-old male lamb as a restitution of offering. But do not count the previous period, because his consecrated hair became defiled. This is the law of the Nazarite. On the day of his time of consecration was completed, he must be brought to the entrance to the tent of meeting. He is to present an offering to the Lord of 1 unblemished year-old male lamb as a burnt offering, 1 unblemished year-old female lamb as a sin offering, 1 unblemished ram as a fellowship offering, along with grain offerings and drink offerings, and a basket of unleavened cakes made from fine flour mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers coated with oil. The priest is to present these before the Lord and sacrifice the Nazarite's sin offering and burnt offering. He will also offer the ram as a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord, together with the basket of unleavened bread. Then the priest will offer the accompanying grain offering and drink offering. The Nazarite is to shave his consecrated head at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Take the hair from his head and put it on the fire under the fellowship sacrifice. The priest is to take the bull's shoulder from the ram, 1 unleavened cake from the basket, and 1 unleavened wafer, and put them into the hands of the Nazarite after he has shaved his consecrated head. The priest is to wave them as a presentation offering from the Lord. It is a holy portion for the priest, in addition to the breast of the presentation offering and the thigh of the contribution. After that, the Nazarite may drink wine. This is the ritual of the Nazarite, who vows his offering to the Lord for his consecration, in addition to whatever else he can afford. He must fulfill whatever vow he makes in keeping with the ritual for his consecration. The Lord spoke to Moses, tell Aaron and his sons how you are to bless the Israelites. Say to them, may Yahweh bless you and protect you. May Yahweh make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. May Yahweh look with favor on you and give you peace. In this way, they will pronounce my name over Israelites, and I will bless them. Chapter 7. On the day Moses finished setting up the tabernacle, he ordered and consecrated it and all its furnishings, along with the altar and all its utensils. And he ordered and consecrated these things, the leaders of Israel, the heads of their ancestral houses, presented an offering. They were the tribal leaders who supervised the registration. They brought as the offerings before the Lord 6 covered carts and 12 oxen, a cart from every 2 leaders, and an ox from every one, and presented them in front of the tabernacle. The Lord said to Moses, accept these from them to be used in the work of the tent of meeting, and give this offering to the Levites, to each division according to their service. So Moses took their carts and oxen and gave them to the Levites. He gave the Gershonites 2 carts and 4 oxen corresponding to their service, and gave the Merarites 4 carts and 8 oxen corresponding to their service, under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron the priest. But he did not give any of the Kohathites, since their responsibility was service related to holy objects carried on their shoulders. The leaders also presented their dedication gift for the altar that was anointed. The leaders presented their offerings in front of the altar. The Lord told Moses, each day have 1 leader present his offering for the dedication of the altar. The man who presented the offering on the first day was Meshon, son of Amminadab, from the tribe of Judah. His offering was one silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and one silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, one full of incense, one young bull, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Nashon, son of Abinadab. On the second day, Nethanel, son of Zor, son of Issachar, presented an offering. As his offering, he presented one silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and one silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces full of incense, one young bull, one ram, and one male lamb a year old for burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was an offering to Nethanel, son of Zor. On the third day of Elul, son of Helon, leader of the Zebulonites, presented an offering. His offering was one silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and one silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces full of incense, one young bull, one ram, and one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This is offering of Elul, son of Helon. On the fourth day, Eleazar, son of Shedor, leader of the Reubenites, presented an offering. His offering was one silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and one silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces full of incense, one young bull, one ram, one male lamb or a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, and 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was offering Eleazar, son of Shedor. On the fifth day, Shmuel, son of Sureshadai, son of Zunites, presented an offering. His offering was one silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and one silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces full of incense, one young bull, one ram, and one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was an offering for Shelumiel, son of Sureshadai. On the sixth day, Elishah, son of Hul, leader of the Kedites, presented an offering. His offering was one silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and one silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces full of incense, one young bull, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This is offering in Elishah, son of Joel. On the seventh day, Elishama, son of Abinadab, leader of the Ephraimites, presented an offering. His offering was one silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and one silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces full of incense, one young bull, one ram, and one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This is the offering of Elishama, son of Abinadab, or something. On the 8th day, Gabriel, son of Badazor, leader of the Manassites, presented an offering. His offering was one silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and one silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces full of incense, one young bull, one ram, and one male lamb, a year old for burnt offering, one male goat for sin offering, and two bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This is the fellowship sacrifice. This was an offering of Gabriel, son of Pedazur. On the 9th day, Abidan, son of Gideonah, leader of the Benjamites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense. 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering. 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Abidan, son of Gideonah. You want to start? Who? Okay, just check. On the 10th day of Hazar, son of Amishad, leader of the Benites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense. 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering. 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Hazar, son of Mishadai. On the 11th day, Pedro, son of Opran, leader of the Asherites, he presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured with a standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense. 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering. 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was one offering for Pedro, son of Opran. On the 12th day, Ahira, son of Enan, leader of the Naphtalites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense. 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering. 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male breeding goats, 5 male lambs a year for the fellowship of sacrifice. This was the offering of Ahira, son of Enan. This was a dedication gift from the leaders of Israel for the altar when it was anointed. 12 silver dishes, 12 silver basins, and 12 gold bowls. Each silver dish weighed 1 3 1/4 pounds, and each basin weighed 1 3/4 pounds. The total weight of the silver articles was 60 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. The 12 bowls full of incense, each weighed 4 ounces, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. The total weight of the gold bowls was 3 pounds. All the livestock for the burnt offering to total 12 bulls, 12 rams, and 12 male lambs a year with their grain offerings, and 12 male goats for the sin offering, and all the livestock for the fellowship of sacrifice total 24 bulls, 60 rams, 60 male breeding goats, and 60 male lambs a year. This was a dedication gift for the altar after it was anointed. When Moses entered the tent of meeting to speak with the Lord, he heard the voice speaking to him from the mercy seat that was on the ark of the testimony. From between the 2 cherubims, he spoke to him that way.
In Numbers chapter 8. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron, and say unto him, When thou lightest the lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light over against the candlestick. And Aaron did so. He lighted the lamps thereof over against the candlestick, as the Lord commanded Moses. And this work of the candlestick was of beaten gold, unto the shaft thereof, unto the flowers thereof was beaten work, according to the pattern which the Lord had shown Moses. So he made the candlestick. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take the Levites from among the children of Israel, and cleanse them. And thus shalt thou do unto them, to cleanse them, sprinkle water of purifying upon them, and let them shave all their flesh, and let them wash their clothes, and so make themselves clean. Then let them take a young bullock with his meat offering, even fine flour mingled with oil, and another young bullock shall thou take for a sin offering. And thou shalt bring the Levites before the tabernacle of the congregation. Thou shalt gather the whole assembly of the children of Israel together. Thou shalt bring the Levites before the Lord, and the children of Israel shall put their hands upon the Levites. And Aaron shall offer the Levites before the Lord for an offering of the children of Israel, that they may execute the service of the Lord. And the Levites shall lay their hands upon the heads of the bullocks, and thou shalt offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering unto the Lord, to make an atonement for the Levites. And thou shalt set the Levites before Aaron and before his sons, and offer them for an offering unto the Lord. Thus shalt thou separate the Levites from among the children of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine. And after that shall the Levites go in to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, and thou shalt cleanse them, and offer them for an offering. For they are wholly given unto me from among the children of Israel, instead of such as open every womb, even instead of the firstborn of all the children of Israel, have I taken them unto me. For all the firstborn of the children of Israel are mine, both man and beast. On the day that I smote every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I sanctified them for myself. And I have taken the Levites for all the firstborn of the children of Israel, and I have given the Levites as a gift to Aaron and to his sons from among the children of Israel, to do the service of the children of Israel in the tabernacle of the congregation, and to make an atonement for the children of Israel, that there be no plague among the children of Israel when the children of Israel come nigh unto the sanctuary. And Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the children of Israel did to the Levites according to unto all that the Lord commanded Moses concerning the Levites, so did the children of Israel unto them. And the Levites fled, and they wasted their clothes, and Aaron offered them as an offering before the Lord, and Aaron made an atonement for them to cleanse them. After that went the Levites in to do their service in the tabernacle of the congregation before Aaron and before his sons, as the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites, so did they unto them. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, This is it that belongeth unto the Levites from 25 years old and upward. They shall go in to wait upon the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. And from the age of 50 years they shall cease waiting upon the service thereof, and shall serve no more, but shall minister with their brethren in the tabernacle of the congregation to keep the charge, and shall do no service. Thus shall do unto the Levites touching their charge. Chapter 9. And the Lord spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the second year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed time. Look at the thing. Passover is appointed season, in the 14th day of his month, in the 14th day of this month, at even you shall keep it in his appointed season, according to all the rites of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof, shall ye keep it. And Moses spake unto the children of Israel, that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first month, at even in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So did the children of Israel, and there were certain men who were defiled by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day, And those men said unto him, We are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back, that we may not offer an offering of the Lord in his appointed season among the children of Israel? And Moses said unto them, Stand still, and I will hear what the Lord will command concerning you. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If any man of you or of your posterity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey afar off, yet he shall keep the Passover unto the Lord. And the 14th day of the second month at even, they shall keep it and eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it until the morning, nor break any bone of it. According to all the ordinances of the Passover, they shall keep it. But the man that is clean and is not a journey and forbeareth to keep the Passover, even the same soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he brought not the offering of the Lord in his appointed season, that the man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger shall sojourn among you, and will keep the Passover unto the Lord, according to the ordinance of the Passover, and according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. He shall have one ordinance, both for the stranger and for him that was born in the land. And on the day that the tabernacle was reared up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, namely the tent of the testimony, and at even there was upon the tabernacle as it were the appearance of fire until the morning. So it was always the cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. And when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after that the children of Israel journeyed, and in the palace where the cloud abode, there the children of Israel pitched their tents. And at the commandment of the Lord, the children of Israel journeyed, and at the commandment of the Lord they pitched. As long as the cloud abode upon the tabernacle, they rested in their tents. And when the cloud tarried long upon the tabernacle many days, then the children of Israel kept the charge of the Lord, and journeyed not. And so it was, when the cloud was a few days upon the tabernacle, according to the commandment of the Lord, they abode in their tents, and according to the commandment of the Lord they journeyed. And so it was, when the cloud abode from even unto the morning, and that the cloud was taken up in the morning, then they journeyed, whether it was by day or by night that the cloud was taken up, they journeyed. Or whether it were 2 days, or a month, or a year, that the cloud tarried upon the tabernacle, remaining thereon, the children of Israel abode in their tents, and journeyed not. But when it was taken up, they journeyed. At the commandment of the Lord, they rested in the tents, and at the commandment of the Lord, they journeyed. They kept the charge of the Lord at the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. Chapter 10. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Make thee 2 trumpets of silver, of a whole piece shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly, and for the journeying of the camps. When they shall blow with them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to thee at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And if they blow but with one trumpet, then the princes, which are heads of the thousands of Israel, shall gather themselves unto thee. When ye blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the east parts shall go forward. When ye blow an alarm the second time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the congregation is to be gathered together, ye shall blow, but ye shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron the priest shall blow with the trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. And if ye go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresseth you, then ye shall blow an alarm with the trumpets, and ye shall be remembered before the Lord your God, and ye shall be saved by your enemies. Also in the days of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginnings of your months, you shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before your God. I am the Lord your God. And it came to pass on the 20th day of the second month in the second year that the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Israel took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai, and the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran. And they first took their journey according to the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. In the first place went the standard of the camp of the children of Judah according to their armies, and over his host was Nashon the son of Amminadab, and over the host of the tribe of the children of Issachar was Nathaniel the son of Zuar, and over the host of the tribe of the children of Zebulun was Elab the son of Helon. And the tabernacle was taken down, and the sons of Jeshon and the sons of Merah set forward, bearing the tabernacle. And the standard of the camp of Reuben set forward, according to their armies, and over his host was Eleazar the son of Pharoah. Over the host of the tribe of the children of Simon was Will the son of Zerachariah. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Gad was Elias, and the son of Joel. And the Kohathites set forward bearing the sanctuary, and the other did set up the tabernacle against they came. The standard of the camp of the children of Ephraim set forward according to their armies, and over his host was Elishama, the son of Amminadab. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Manasseh was Gamaliel, the son of Hezadar. Over the host of the tribe of the children of Benjamin was Abnan, the son of Gideon. And the standard of the camp of the children of Dan set forward, which was the reward of all the camps throughout their hosts. And over his host was Alzar and son of Amazada. And over the host of the tribes of the children of Asher was Hael, the son of Ophran. Over the host of the tribe of the children of Naphtali was Eliab, the son of Enan. Thus were the journeyings of the children of Israel according to their armies when they set forward. Moses said unto Hobab, the son of Reuel, the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, we are journeying unto the place of which the Lord said, I will give it you. Come thou with us, and we will do thee good, for the Lord hath spoken good concerning Israel. And he said unto him, I will not go, but I will depart to mine own land and to my kindred. And he said, Leave us not, I pray thee, for as much as thou knowest how we are to encamp in the wilderness, and thou mayest be to us instead of ours. It shall be, if thou go with us, yea, it shall be, that what goodness the Lord shall do unto us, the same we will do unto thee. They departed from the mount of the Lord 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them in the 3 days' journey to search out a resting place for them. And the cloud of the Lord was upon them by day when they went out of the camp. And it came to pass, when the ark set forward, that Moses said, Rise up, Lord, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee. And when it rested, he said, Return, O Lord, unto the many thousands of Israel. Chapter 11. And when the people complained, it displeased the Lord, and the Lord heard it, and his anger was kindled, and the fire of the Lord burned among them, and consumed them that were in the uttermost parts of the camp. And the people cried unto Moses, and when Moses prayed unto the Lord, the fire was quenched. And he called the name of the place Taberah, because the fire of the Lord burned among them. And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a lusting, and the children of Israel also wept again and said, Who shall give us flesh to eat? We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. But now our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all beside this manna before our eyes. And the manna was as foreigner seed, and the color thereof as the color of bdellium. And the people went about and gathered it and ground it in meals, or beat it in a mortar, and baked it in pans, and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was as the taste of fresh oil. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. Then Moses heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent, and the anger of the Lord was kindled greatly. Moses also was displeased. And Moses said unto the Lord, Wherefore hast thou afflicted thy servant? And wherefore have I not found favor in thy sight, that thou layest the burden of all this people upon me? Have I conceived all this people? Have I begotten them, that thou shouldest say unto me, Carry them in thy bosom, as a nursing father beareth a suckling child, into the land which thou swearest unto their fathers? Whence should I have flesh to give unto all this people? For they weep unto me, saying, Give us flesh that we may eat. I am not able to bear all this people alone, because it is too heavy for me. And if thou deal thus with me, kill me, I pray thee, out of hand, if I have found favor in thy sight, and let me not see my wretchedness. And the Lord said unto Moses, Gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom thou knowest to be the elders of the people, and officers over them, and bring them into the tabernacle of the congregation, that they may stand there with thee. And I will come down and talk with thee there, and I will take of the Spirit which is upon thee, and will put it upon them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with thee, that thou bear it not thyself alone. And say thou unto the people, Sanctify yourselves against tomorrow, and ye shall eat flesh, for ye have wept in the ears of the Lord, saying, Who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore the Lord will give you flesh, and ye shall eat. Ye shall not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, neither 10 days, nor 20 days, but even a whole month, until they come out at your nostrils. And it be loathsome unto you, because that ye have despised the Lord which is among you, and have wept before him, saying, Why came we forth out of Egypt? And Moses said, The people among whom I am are 600,000 footmen, and thou hast said, I will give them place, that they may eat a whole month. Shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them to suffice them, or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to suffice them? And the Lord said unto Moses, Is the Lord's hand waxed short? Thou shalt see now whether my word shall come to pass unto thee or not. And Moses went out and told the people the words of the Lord, and gathered the 70 men of elders of the people, and set them round about the tabernacle. And the Lord came down in a cloud, and spake unto him, and took of the Spirit that was upon him, and gave it unto the 70 elders. And it came to pass that when the Spirit rested upon them, they prophesied, and did not cease. But there remained 2 of the men in the camp. The name of one was Eldad, and the name of the other Medad. And the Spirit rested upon them, and they went not out unto the tabernacle, and they prophesied in the camp. And there ran a young man and told Moses, and said, Eldad and Medad do prophesy in the camp. And Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of Moses, one of his young men, answered and said, My Lord Moses forbid them. And Moses said unto him, Envious thou for my sake? Would God that all the Lord's people were prophets, and that the Lord would put his spirit upon them. And Moses gat him into the camp, he and the elders of Israel. There went forth a wind from the Lord, and brought quails from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey on this side, and as it were a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, and as it were 2 cubits high from the face of the earth. And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day, and they gathered the quails. He that gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them all abroad for themselves round about the camp. The hog flesh was yet between their teeth, there it was chewed, and the wrath of the Lord was kindled against the people, and the Lord smote the people with a very great plague. And he called the name of that place Kilokadah, because they were buried the people, because they buried the people that lusted. And the people journeyed from Ophrah unto the Israel, and abode at Israel. Chapter 12. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman. They said, Hath the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Hath he not spoken also by us? And the Lord heard it. Now the man Moses was very meek above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. And the Lord spake suddenly unto Moses and unto Aaron and unto Miriam, Come out, ye three, into the tabernacle of the congregation. And they three came out. And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud, and stood in the door of the tabernacle, and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth. And he said, Hear now my words. There be a prophet among you. I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all my house. With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches, and the similitude of the Lord shall he behold. Wherefore then you were not afraid to speak against my servant Moses. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed, and the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as the snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, he was leprous. And behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he cometh out of his mother's womb. And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, Heal her now, O God, I beseech thee. And the Lord said unto Moses, If her father hath but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days. After that, let her be received again. And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days, and the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterward the people removed from Hazeroth, and pitched in the wilderness of Paran. Chapter 13. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Send thou men, that they may search the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Israel. Of every tribe of their fathers shall ye send a man, every one a ruler among them. And Moses, by the commandment of the Lord, sent them from the wilderness of Paran. All those men were heads of the children of Israel. And these were the names of the tribe of Reuben: Shalom, the son of Zachariah, one of the tribe of Simon, Etter the son of Hori, of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Zephaniah, of the tribe of Issachar, son of Joseph, of the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea the son of Nun, of the tribe of Benjamin, Paltai, son of Phalu, of the tribe of Zebulun, Gadil, the son of Sodai, of the tribe of Joseph, namely of the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi, the son of Sushi, one of the tribe of Dan, Anil, the son of Neri, of the tribe of Asher, Sefer, the son of Michael, or of the tribe of Nephi, the son of Yotzi, of the tribe of Gad, Yul, the son of Makkah. These are the names of the men which Moses sent to spy out the land. And Moses called Hoshea, the son of Nun, Jehoshaphat. And Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said unto them, get you up this way southward, and go up into the mountain, and see the land, what it is, and the people that dwell wherein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad, and what cities that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds, and what the land is, whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood therein or not, and be ye of good courage, and bring of the fruit of the land, now that time was the time of the first ripe grapes. So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Dan to Rohab, Rehob, as men come to Hamath, and they ascended by the south and came unto Hebron, where Achaman, and Paltai, the children of Anak, were. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. And they came unto the brook of Eshcol, and cut down some plants and branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bare it between two upon a staff, and they brought of the pomegranates and of the figs. And the place was called the brook Eshcol, because of a cluster of grapes which the children of Israel cut down from thence. And they returned from searching the land after 40 days. And they went and came to Moses and to Aaron and to all the congregation of the children of Israel into the wilderness of the land to Kadesh, and brought backward unto them and to all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him and said, we came into the land whether thou send us, and surely it will flow with milk and honey, and this is the fruit of it. Nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land, the cities are walled and very great, and moreover we saw the children of Anak there. The Amathites dwelled in the land of the south, and the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and by the coast of Jordan. And Caleb stilled the people before Moses, and said, let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it. But the men that went up with him said, we will not be able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we. They brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Israel, saying, the land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof, and all the people that we saw in it are men of a great stature. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the church, and we were in their own side as grasshoppers, and so we were in their side.
Chapter 14. And all the congregation lifted up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, and the whole congregation said unto them, Would God that we had died in the land of Egypt, and would God we had died in this wilderness. And wherefore hath the Lord brought us into this land to fall by the sword, that our lives and our children should be afraid? Were it not better for us to return to Egypt? And they said one to another, Let us make a captain, and let us return to Egypt. Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, which left them, searched the land, rent their clothes. And they spake unto all the company of the children of Israel, saying, The land which we passed through to search it is an exceeding good land. If the Lord delight in us, then he will bring us into this land, and give it us a land which floweth with milk and honey. Oh, rebel not against the Lord, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us, and their defense is to depart from them. And the Lord is with us, fear them not. But the congregation made stone between the stones, and the glory of the Lord appeared in the tabernacle of the congregations before all the children of Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere that they believe me for all the signs which I have showed among them? I will smite them with the pestilence and disinherit them, and will make of thee a greater nation and mightier than Pharaoh. And Moses said unto the Lord, The Egyptians shall hear it, for thou broughtest up this people in thy might from among them. And they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land, for if they have heard that thou, Lord, art among his people, and thou, Lord, hath seen face to face, and that thou standest over them, thou goest before them by daytime in a pillar of cloud, and a pillar of fire by night. Now if thou shalt kill all this people as one man, then the nations which have heard the fame of thee will speak, saying, Because the Lord was not able to bring his people into the land which he sware unto them, therefore he hath slain them in the wilderness. And now beseech you thee, that the power of my Lord be great according to as thou hast spoken, saying, The Lord is long-suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression by no means, bearing the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation. Pardon, I beseech thee, the iniquity of this people according to the greatness of thy mercy, and as thou hast forgiven this people from Egypt even until now. And the Lord said, I have pardoned according to thy word, but as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord. Because all these men which have seen my glory and my miracles, which I did in Egypt in the wilderness, and have tempted me now these 10 times, have not hearkened to my voice. Surely they shall not see the land which I swear unto their fathers, neither shall any of them that provoke me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he hath another spirit within him, and hath followed me fully, him will I bring into the land whereunto he ran, and his seed shall possess it. Now the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwelt in the valley. Tomorrow turn you and get you into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, How long shall I bear with this evil congregation which murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, As truly as I live, saith the Lord, as ye have spoken in mine ears, so will I do to you. Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you, according to your whole number, 20 years old, in Oakwood shall have murmured against me. Doubtless ye shall not come into the land concerning which I swear to make you dwell therein, save Caleb the sons of Jephunneh, Joshua the son of Nun. But the little ones which you said should be afraid, then I will bring in, and they shall know the land which ye have despised. But as for you, your carcasses they shall fall in this wilderness. And your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your burdens into the carcasses be wasted in the wilderness. After the number of the days in which you search the land, even 40 days, each day for a year, shall you hear your iniquities, even 40 years, and you shall know my breach of promise. I, the Lord, have said, I will surely do it unto this evil congregation that are gathered together against me in this wilderness. They shall be consumed, and they shall die, and there they shall die. In the men which Moses sent to search the land, who returned and made all the congregation to murmur against him by bringing up a slander upon the land. Even those men that did bring up the evil report of the land died by the fire before the Lord. But Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, which was the men that went to search the land, lived still. And Moses told these things unto the children of Israel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose up early in the morning and gat them up to the top of the mountain, saying, Lo, we be here, and will go up to the place which the Lord hath promised, for we have sinned. And Moses said, Wherefore do we transgress the commandment of the Lord? But it shall not prosper. Go not up, for the Lord is not among you, that you be not smitten before your enemies. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and you shall fall with the sword, because you have turned away from the Lord. Therefore the Lord will not be with you. But they presumed to go up the hill. Nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of the Lord and Moses departed not out of the camp. Then the Amalekites came down, and the Canaanites which dwelt in that hill smote them and discomfited them even unto the morning. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When you come into the land of your inhabitants, which I give unto you, you will make an offering by fire unto the Lord, a burnt offering or sacrifice in the form of vow, or in a free will offering, or in your solemn feast, unto the Lord of the herd of the flock. Then shall he that offereth his offering unto the Lord bring a meat offering of the 10th wheel of flour mingled with the 4th part of him of oil, and the 4th part of him wine for a drink offering shalt thou prepare with a burnt offering for sacrifice for one lamb. Or for a ram thou shalt prepare for a meat offering 10 wheels of flour mingled with 3rd part of a hin of oil. And for a drink offering thou shalt offer the 3rd part of a hin of wine, and savor unto the Lord. When thou preparest it for the burnt offering, or for a sacrifice of the form of vow, or peace offerings unto the Lord, then shall he bring with thee a bull of a meat offering with 3 10 wheels of flour mingled with half an hin of oil. And thou shalt bring for a drink offering half an hin of wine, or an offering made by fire of a savor unto the Lord. Thus shall it be done for one bull, or for one ram, or for one lamb, or a kid. According to the number that ye shall prepare, so shall you do to every one according to the number. All that are born of the country shall do these things after this manner in an offering made by fire, and a sweet savor unto the Lord. And if a stranger sojourn with you, or whoso will be among you in your generations, and will offer an offering made by fire, and a sweet savor unto the Lord as you do, so he shall do. One ordinance shall be both for you of the congregation, and also the stranger that sojourneth with you, an ordinance forever in your generations, as you are, so shall the stranger be before the Lord. One law and one manner shall be for you and for the stranger that sojourneth with you. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When you come into the land when I bring you, then it shall be that when you eat of the bread of the land, you shall offer a heave offering unto the Lord. You shall offer up a cake of the first of your dough for a heave offering, as you do the heave offering of the threshing floor, so shall you heave it. One of the first of your dough you shall give unto the Lord, a heave offering in your generations. And if you have erred and not observed all these commandments which the Lord has spoken to Moses, even all that the Lord hath commanded you by the hand of Moses, from the day that the Lord commanded Moses, and henceforth put among your generations, then it shall be, if it ought be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor unto the Lord, with his meat offering and with his drink offering, according to the manner, and one kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and shall be forgiven them. For it is ignorance, and they shall bring your offering a sacrifice made by fire to the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourneth among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance. And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat in the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinneth ignorantly. When he sinneth by ignorance before the Lord, and make an atonement for him, it shall be forgiven him. You shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance, both for him and that is born among the children of Israel, and soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproach of the Lord, that the soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he has despised the word of the Lord, and hath broken his commandment. That soul shall be utterly cut off, his iniquity shall be upon him. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day. And they that found him gathered sticks, brought unto him Moses and Aaron, and to all the congregation. They put him in the Lord, because he was not declared what should be done to him. And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all of the congregation brought him without the camp, stone him with stones, and he died, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make their fringes in the borders of their garments throughout the generations. And do they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribband of blue, and it shall be unto you for a fringe, that you may look upon it. And remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them, that you seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which you used to go on according, that you may remember and do all thy commandments, and be holy to the Lord God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, to be your God. I am the Lord your God. Chapter 16. Now for the son of Israel, the son of Korah, the son of Levi, and Dathan, and Abram, the son of Elak, and the sons of Levi, and the sons of Reuben took men. And they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, You take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them, wherewith they lift you up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord. And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face, and he spake unto Korah, and said unto the company, saying, Even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his, and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him, even him whom he hath chosen will he cause to come near unto him. This do, take your censers, Korah, and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord doth choose, he shall be holy. You take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. And Moses said unto Korah, Hear, I pray you, sons of Levi, seeing that a small thing unto you, that the Lord of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel, to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister to them. And he that brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi, with thee, and seek thee the priesthood also, for which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is Aaron, that you murmur at his tent? And Moses sent to call Dathan, the sons of Eli, which said, We will not come up. Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of the land that floweth with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness, except thou make thyself together a prince of us? Moreover, thou hast not brought into a land that floweth with milk and honey, or giveth us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. And Moses was very wroth, and said unto the Lord, Respect not thou their offering. I have not taken one ass from them, neither will I hurt one of them. And Moses said unto Korah, Be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow, and take every man his censer, and put incense in them, and bring ye before the Lord every man his censer, 250 censers, thou also and Aaron each of his censers. And they took every man his censer, and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the glory of the Lord appeared upon all the congregation. And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I might consume them in a moment. And they fell upon their faces, and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation? And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the congregation, saying, Get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, and Dathan, and Aaron. And Moses rose up and went unto Dathan, and elders of Israel followed him. And he spake unto the congregation, saying, Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, from the tents, and touch nothing of theirs, lest ye be consumed in all their sins. So they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, and Dathan, and on every side. Dathan and Abram came out and stood in the door of their tents, and their wives, and their sons, and their little children. And Moses said, Hereby you shall know that the Lord has sent me into all these works, for I have not done them in mine own mind. If these men die to the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then the Lord hath not sent me. But if the Lord make a new thing in the earth upon her mouth, and swallow them up with all that appertain unto them, with all they go down quick into the pit, then ye shall understand that these men have provoked the Lord. And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder, and that was under him. And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and the houses, and all the men that appertained into their gods, goods. They and all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the congregation. And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them, and they said, Lest the earth swallow us up also. And they came not afar from the Lord, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speaking to Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter you with fire yonder, where they are hallowed. And the censers of these sinners against their own souls, let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar, where they offered them before the Lord. Therefore they all hallowed, and they shall be a sign to the children of Israel. And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers, wherewith they were burnt and offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial unto the children of Israel, that no stranger which is not of the seed of Aaron come near to offer incense before the Lord, that he be not as poor, as company as the Lord said to him by the hand of Moses. But on the morrow all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, Ye have killed the people of the Lord. And it came to pass, when the congregation was gathered against Moses and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the congregation. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Get up from among this congregation, that I may consume them as a moment. And they fell on their faces. And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a censer, and put fire therein from off the altar, and put on the incense, and go quickly into the congregation, and make an atonement for them. For there is wrath gone out from the Lord, and the plague is begun. And Aaron took Moses, commanded, and went into the midst of the congregation, and behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense, and made atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, besides them that died about the manner of Korah. And Aaron returned to Moses into the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed. Chapter 17. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and take every one of them a rod according to the house of their fathers, of all the princes according to the house of their fathers, 12 rods. Write thou every man's name upon this rod, and thou shalt write Aaron's name upon the rod of Levi, for one rod shall be the head of the house of their fathers. And thou shalt lay them in the tabernacle of the congregation before the testimony, where I will meet with you. And it shall come to pass that the man's rod whom I shall choose shall blossom, and I will make to cease from me the murmurings of the children of Israel, whereby they murmur against you. And Moses spake unto the children of Israel, and every one of the princes gave him a rod apiece. For the prince one, according to the father's house, even 12 rods, and the rod of Aaron was among the rods. And Moses laid up the rods before the Lord in the tabernacle of witness. And it came to pass that on the morrow Moses went into the tabernacle of witness, and behold, the rod of Aaron from the house of Levi was budded, and brought forth buds and bloom blossoms, and yielded almonds. And Moses brought out all the rods from before the Lord, and all the children of Israel. And they looked, and took every man his rod. And the Lord said unto Moses, bring Aaron's rod again before the testimony to be kept for a token against the reptiles, and thou shalt quite take away their murmurings from them, for they die not. And Moses did so as the Lord commanded him. So did he. And the children of Israel spake unto Moses, saying, behold, we die, we perish, we all perish. Whosoever cometh anything near unto the tabernacle of the Lord shall die. Shall we be consumed with dying? Chapter 18. And the Lord said unto Abram, thou and thy sons and thy father's house with thee shall bear the iniquity of the sanctuary, and thou and thy sons with thee shall bear the iniquity of your priesthood, and thy brethren also of the tribe of Levi, the tribe of thy father, bring thou thee, that they may be joined to thee and minister to thee. But thou and thy sons with thee shall minister before the tabernacle of the witness. They shall keep thy charge and the charge of all the tabernacles. Only they shall not come nigh the vessels of the sanctuary and the altar, neither they nor ye also die. And they shall be joined unto thee and keep the charge of the tabernacle of the congregation for all the service of the tabernacle. And strangers shall not come nigh unto you. And you shall keep the charge of the sanctuary and the charge of the altar, that there be no wrath any more upon the children of Israel. And I, behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levites, from among the children of Israel. To you they are given as a gift of the Lord, to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Therefore thou and thy sons with thee shall keep your priest's office for everything in the altar with the veil, and you shall serve. I have given your priest's office unto you as the service of the gift, and the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death. And the Lord spake unto Aaron, behold, I also have given thee charge of thy heap offerings of all the hallowed things of the children of Israel. And to thee have I given them by reason of the anointing, and to the sons by an ordinance forever. This shall be thine of the most holy things to serve from the flock. Every obligation of theirs, every meat offering of theirs, and every sin offerings of theirs, and every trespass offering of theirs, which they shall render unto me, shall be most holy for thee and for thy sons. In the most holy place shalt thou eat it, every male shall eat it, it shall be holy unto thee. And this is thine, the heave offering of their gift, with all the wave offerings of the children of Israel I have given them unto thee, and to thy sons and to thy daughters with thee, by a statute forever. Every one that is clean in thy house shall eat of it. All the best of the oil and all the best of the wine, and the wheat, the first fruits of them, which they shall offer to the Lord, them have I given thee. And whatsoever is the first ripe in the land, which they shall bring unto the Lord, shall be thine. Every one that is clean in thine house shall eat of it. Everything that is devoted in Israel shall be thine. Everything that openeth the nostrils and all flesh which they bring to the Lord, whether it be of men or beasts, shall be thine. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man shalt thou surely redeem, and the firstling of an unclean beast shalt thou redeem. And those that are to be redeemed from a month old shalt thou redeem, according to thine estimation. For the money of 5 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 drachms. But the firstling of a cow, or the firstlings of a sheep, or the firstlings of a goat, thou shalt not redeem. They are holy. Thou shalt sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shalt burn their fat for an offering made with fire, for a sweet savor to the Lord. And the flesh of them shall be thine, as the wave breast, and as the right shoulder are thine. And heave offerings of the holy things which the children of Israel offer to the Lord have I given thee, and thy sons and thy daughters with thee, by statute forever. It is a covenant of salt forever before the Lord unto thee, to thy seed and with thee. And the Lord spake unto Aaron, thou shalt have no inheritance in the land, neither shalt thou have any part among them. I am the part in thine inheritance among the children of Israel. And behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth in Israel for an inheritance, for their service for which they serve, even the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Neither must the children of Israel henceforth come nigh the tabernacle of the congregation, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levites shall do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, and they shall bear their iniquity, and it shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that among the children of Israel they have no inheritance. But the tithes of the children of Israel, which they offer as an heave offering to the Lord, I have given to the Levites to inherit. Therefore I have said unto them, among the children of Israel they shall have no inheritance. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, thus speak unto the Levites, and say unto them, when you take of the children of Israel the tithes which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then you shall offer and heave offering for it for the Lord, even the tenth of it of the tithe. And this is your heave offering shall be reckoned unto you as though it were the corn of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Thus ye also shall offer and heave offering to the Lord of all your tithes, which you receive the children of Israel, and you shall give thereof the Lord's heave offering to Aaron the priest. Out of all your gifts you shall offer every heave offering of the Lord, all the best thereof, even the hallowed part thereof, out of it. Therefore thou shalt say unto them, when you have heaved the best thereof from it, and it shall be counted to the Levites as the increase of the threshing floor, and as the increase of the winepress. And you shall eat it in every place, ye and your households, for it is your reward for your service in the tabernacle of your congregation. And ye shall bear no sin by reason of it, when you have heaved from it the best of it. Neither shall you pollute the holy things of the children of Israel, lest you die.
Chapter 19. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, this is the ordinance of the law which the Lord hath commanded, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, that they bring thee a red heifer without spot, wherein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke. And ye shall give her unto Eleazar the priest, that he may bring her forth without the camp, and one shall slay her before his face. And Eleazar the priest shall take of her blood with his finger, and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the congregation 7 times. And one shall burn the heifer in his sight, her skin and her flesh and her blood with her dung shall he burn. And the priest shall take cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet, and cast into the midst of the burning of the heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the even. And he that burneth her shall wash his clothes in waters, and bathe his flesh in water, and shall be unclean until the even. And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up without the camp in a clean place, and it shall be kept for the congregation of the children of Israel, for a water of separation. It is a purification for sin. And he that gathereth the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. It shall be unto the children of Israel, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among them, for a statute forever. He that toucheth the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days. He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he shall be clean. But if he purify not himself the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean. Whosoever toucheth the dead body of any man that is dead, and purify not himself, defileth the tabernacle of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from Israel, because the water of separation was not sprinkled upon him. He shall be unclean. His uncleanness is yet upon him. Thus the Lord, this is the law. When a man dieth in the tent, all that come into the tent and all that is in the tent shall be unclean 7 days. And every open vessel which hath no covering bound upon it is unclean. And whosoever toucheth one that is slain with a sword in the open fields, or a dead body, or the bone of a man, or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. And for an unclean person they shall take of the ashes of the burnt heifer of purification for sin, and running water shall be put thereto in the vessel. And a clean person shall take hyssop and dip it in the water, and sprinkle it upon the tent and upon all the vessels and upon the person that were there, and upon him that toucheth a bone, or one slain, or one dead, or a grave. And the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the third day, and on the seventh day, and on the seventh day he shall purify himself, wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean at even. But the man that shall be unclean, and shall not purify himself, that soul shall be cut off from among the congregation, because he hath defiled the sanctuary of the Lord. The water of separation has not been sprinkled upon him, he is unclean. And it shall be a perpetual salute unto them, that he that sprinkleth the water of separation shall wash his clothes, and he that toucheth the water of separation shall be unclean until even. And whatsoever the unclean person toucheth shall be unclean, and the soul that toucheth it shall be unclean until even. Chapter 20. Then came the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, into the desert of Zin in the first month, and the people abode in Kadesh, and Aram died there, and was buried there. And there was no water for the congregation. They gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people showed with Moses and spake, saying, Would God that he had died when our brethren died before the Lord? And why have you brought up the congregation of the Lord into this wilderness, that we and our cattle should die there? And wherefore have you made us to come up out of Egypt? Bring us unto this evil place. It is no place of seed, or of figs, or of vines, or of pomegranates, neither is there any water to drink. And Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and they fell upon the places, and the glory of the Lord appeared unto them. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take the rod, and gather thou the assembly together, thou and Aaron thy brother, and speak ye unto the rock before their eyes, that shall give forth his water, and thou shalt bring forth to them water out of the rock, so thou shalt give the congregation and their beasts drink. And Moses took the rod from before the Lord as he commanded him, and Moses and Aaron gathered the congregation together before the rock, and he said unto them, Hear now, ye rebels, must we fetch you water out of this rock? And Moses lifted up his hand, and with his rod he smote the rock twice, and the water came out abundantly, and the congregation drank, and their beasts also. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, because ye believed me not, to sanctify me the eyes of the children of Israel. Therefore ye shall not bring this congregation into the land which I have given them. This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Israel strove with the Lord, and he was sanctified in them. Moses sent messengers from Kadesh unto the king of Edom. Thus saith thy brother Israel, Thou knowest all the trouble that hath befallen us. Our fathers went down into Egypt, and we have dwelt in Egypt a long time. The Egyptians vexed us and our fathers. And when we cried unto the Lord, he heard our voice, and sent an angel who has brought us forth out of Egypt. And behold, we are in Kadesh, a city in the uttermost of thy border. Let us pass, I pray thee, through thy country. We will not pass through the fields or through the vineyards, neither will we drink of the water of the wells. We will go by the king's highway. We will not turn to the right hand or to the left until we have passed thy borders. And Edom said unto him, Thou shalt not pass by me, lest I come out against thee with the sword. The children of Israel said unto him, We will go by the highway, and if I and my cattle drink of thy water, then I will pay for it. I will only, without doing anything else, go through on my feet. And he said, Thou shalt not go through. And Edom came out against him with much people and with a strong hand. Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his border, wherefore Israel turned away from him. And the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, journeyed from Kadesh and came unto Mount Hor. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in Mount Hor, by the coast of the land of Edom, saying, Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, for he shall not enter into the land which I have given unto the children of Israel, because ye rebelled against my word at the water of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them unto Mount Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, and shall die there. And Moses did as the Lord commanded, and they went up into Mount Hor in the sight of all the congregation. And Moses stripped Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aaron died there in the top of the mount. And Moses and Eleazar came down from the mount. When all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, they mourned for Aaron 30 days, even all the house of Israel. Chapter 21. And when King Arad, the Canaanite, which dwelled in the south, heard tell that Israel came by the way of the spies, then he fought against Israel and took some of them prisoners. And Israel vowed a vow unto the Lord, and said, If thou wilt indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Israel, and delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities, and he called the name of the place Hormah. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea, to compass the land of Edom, and the soul of the people was much discouraged because of the way. And the people spake against God and against Moses. Wherefore have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and their soul loatheth this light bread. And the Lord sent fiery serpents upon the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against thee. Pray unto the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said unto Moses, Make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole, and it shall come to pass that every one that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, shall live. And Moses made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole, and it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. And the children of Israel set forward and pitched in Oboth. And they journeyed from Oboth and pitched at Adjabel in the wilderness, which is before Moab, toward the sunrise. From thence they removed and pitched in the valley of Tarim. From thence they removed and pitched on the other side of Arnon, which is in the wilderness that cometh out of the coast of the Amorites. For Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Wherefore it is said in the book of the wars of the Lord, when he did in the Red Sea, and in the brooks of Arnon, and at the stream of the brooks that goeth down to the dwelling of Arnon, of Ar, and lieth upon the border of Moab. And from thence they went to Beer, which is the well whereof the Lord spake unto Moses, Get the people together, and I will give them water. Then Israel sang this song, Sprang up a well, sang ye unto it. The princes digged the well, and the nobles of the people digged it. By the direction of the lawgiver with their staves. From the wilderness they went to Maddah, and from Maddah to Nathaniel, and from Nathaniel to Bamoth, from Bamoth in the valley that is in the country of Moab to the top of Israel, which looked toward the Jezreel. And Israel sent messengers unto Simon, king of the Amorites, saying, Let me pass through thy land. We will not turn into the fields or into the vineyards. We will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go along by the king's highway until we be past thy borders. Sihon would not suffer Israel to pass through his border. But Sihon gathered all his people together and went out against Israel into the wilderness. And he came to Jahaz and fought against Israel. Israel smote him with the edge of the sword, and possessed his land from Arnon unto Chabot, even unto the children of Ammon, for the border of the children of Ammon was strong. Israel took all these cities, and Israel dwelt in all the cities of the Amorites and Heshbon, and in all the villages thereof. For Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab and taken all his land out of his hand, even unto Arnon. Wherefore, they that speak in the Proverbs say, Come into Heshbon, let the city of Sihon be built and prepared. For there is a fire gone out of Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon it hath consumed. Ar of Moab and of the lords of the high places of Arnon. Woe unto thee, Moab, thou art undone, O people of the judgments. He hath given his sons that escaped and his daughters into captivity unto Sihon, the king of the Amorites. We have shot at them, Heshbon is perished, even unto Ammon, and we have laid them waste even unto Jopheth, which reacheth unto Nineveh. Thus Israel dwelled in the land of the Amorites. And Moses sent to spy out Hazor, and they took the villages thereof and drove out the Amorites that were there. And they turned and went up by the way of Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, went out against them, he and all his people, to the battle of Edrei. And the Lord said unto Moses, Fear him not, for I have delivered him into his hand, and all his people, and his land, and thou shalt do to him as thou didst unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, which dwelt at Heshbon. So they smote him and his sons and all his people until there was none left him alive, and they possessed his land. In chapter 22, and the children of Israel set forward and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side Jordan by Jericho. Balak the son of Zippor saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites, and Moab was sore afraid of the people, because they were many, and Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, Now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, as the ox licketh up the grass of the field? And Balak the son of Zippor was king of the Moabites at that time. He sent messengers, therefore, unto Balaam the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river, the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, Behold, there is a people come out from Egypt. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thou hast blessed is blessed, and he whom thou is cursed. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the words of divination in their hand, and they came into Balaam and spake unto him the words of Balak. And he said unto them, Lodge here this night, and I will bring you a word again, as the Lord shall speak unto me. And the princess of Moab abode with Balaam. God came unto Balaam and said, What men are those with thee? And Balaam said unto God, They taught Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, that said unto me, saying, Behold, there is a people come out of Egypt, which covereth the face of the earth. Come now, curse me them. Peradventure I shall be able to overcome them and drive them out. God said unto Balaam, Thou shalt not go with them, thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed. And Balaam rose up in the morning and said unto the princess of Balak, Get you into your land, for the Lord refuseth to give me leave to go with you. And the princess of Moab rose up, and they went unto Balak and said, Balaam refuses to come with us. And Balak said, Yet again, princess, more and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam and said unto him, Thus saith Balak, the son of Zippor, Let nothing, I pray thee, hinder thee from coming unto me, for I will promote thee unto very great and Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, If Balak will give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord my God to do more or less, to do less or more. Now therefore I pray you, tarry ye also here this night, that I may know what the Lord will say unto me more. And God came unto Balaam at night and said unto him, If the men come to call thee, rise up and go with them, but yet the word which I shall say unto thee, that shalt thou do. And Balaam rose up in the morning and saddled his ass and went with the princess of Moab. And God's anger was kindled because he ran, and the angel of the Lord stood in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding upon his ass, and his two servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way and went into the field. And Balaam smote the ass to turn her into the way. But the angel of the Lord stood in the path of the vineyards, a wall being on this side and a wall on that side. And when the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she thrust herself into the wall and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall, and he smote her again. The angel of the Lord went further and stood in a narrow place where was no way to turn either to the right hand or to the left. When the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she fell down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he smote the ass with his staff. And the Lord opened the mouth of the ass, and she said unto Balaam, What have I done unto thee, that thou hast smitten me these 3 times? And Balaam said unto the ass, Because thou hast mocked me, I would there were a sword in thine hand, for now I will kill thee. And the ass said unto Balaam, Am not I thine ass, upon which thou hast ridden ever since I was down unto this day? Was I ever wont to do so unto thee? And he said, Nay. Then the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And he bowed down his head and fell flat on his face. And the angel of the Lord said unto him, Wherefore hast thou smitten thine ass these 3 times? Behold, I went out to withstand thee, because thy way is perverse before me. And the ass saw me, and turned from me these 3 times, unless she had turned from me, surely now also I had slain thee, and saved her alive. And Balaam said unto the Lord, Angel of the Lord, I have sinned For I knew not that thou stoodest in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displease thee, I will get thee back again. And the angel of the Lord said unto Balaam, Go with the men, but only the word that I shall speak unto thee, that thou shalt speak. So Balaam was with the princess of Balak. When Balak heard that Balaam was come, he went out to meet him unto the city of Moab, which is in the border of Arnon, which is in the utmost coast. Balak said unto Balaam, Did I not earnestly send unto thee to call thee? Wherefore camest thou not unto me? Am I not able indeed to promote thee to honor? Balaam said unto Balak, Lo, I am come to thee. Have I now any power at all to say anything? The word that thou puttest in my mouth, that shall I speak. And Balaam went with Balak, and they came into Beersheba. Balak offered oxen and sheep and sent to Balaam and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the morrow that Balak took Balaam and brought him up into the high places of Baal, that thence he might see the utmost part of the people. And Balaam said unto Balak, Build me here several altars, and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams. Balak did as Balaam had spoken, and Balak and Balaam offered on every altar a bullock and a ram. Balaam said unto Balak, Stand by thy burnt offering, and I will go, for advantage the Lord will come to meet me, and whatsoever he showeth me, well, I will tell thee. And he went to his high place. And God met Balaam, and he said unto him, I have prepared 7 altars, and I have offered on every altar bullock and a ram. And the Lord put a word into Balaam's mouth, and he said, Return unto Balak, and thus thou shalt speak. And he returned unto him, and lo, he stood by his burnt sacrifice, he and all the princes of Moab. And he took up his parable and said, Balak the king of Moab hath brought me from Aram out of the mountains of the east, saying, Come, curse me, Jacob, and come, defy Israel. How shall I curse whom God hath not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom the Lord hath not defied? For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob and the number of the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like this. Balak said unto Balaam, I took thee, what hast thou done to me? I took thee to curse mine enemies, and behold, thou hast blessed them altogether. And he answered and said, Must I take heed to speak? Must I not take heed to speak that which the Lord hath put in my mouth? And Balak said unto him, Come, I pray thee, with me unto another place from whence thou mayest see them, that thou see but the uttermost part of them, and shall not see them all, and curse me them from thence. And he brought unto him the field of Dothan to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And he said unto Balak, Stand here by thy burnt offering, while I meet the Lord yonder. The Lord met with Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Go again unto Balak, and say thus. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the princess of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him, What hath the Lord spoken? He took up his parable, and said, Rise up, Balak, and hearken unto me, thou son of Zippor. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent, hath he said, and shall he not do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he hath blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He had not beheld iniquity in Jacob, neither hath he seen perverseness in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the shout of the king is among them. God brought them out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of an unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Jacob, neither is there any divination against Israel. According to this time it shall be said of Jacob and of Israel, what hath God wrought? Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lie down until eat of the prey, and drink the blood of the slain. And Balak said unto Balaam, neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said unto Balak, told not I thee, saying, all that the Lord speaketh that I must do? And Balak said unto Balaam, come, I pray thee, I will bring thee into another place, peradventure it will please God that thou mayest curse thee them from thence. Balak brought Balaam into the top of Peor that looketh toward Jeshimon. Balaam said unto Balak, build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams. Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar.